to the game, we're going to tab over to the screen, and the first thing you're going to notice is that the correct circle is not currently lighting up. That's because Gamgee's not here yet, but he will be here soon. In the meantime,
I could sit in Gamgee's spot till he gets here.
that actually would be fantastic. Would you mind?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just put a G in front of my name?
Put a G in front of your name.
Okay. Everyone else is right. I'm going to be wrong, guys.
Yeah.
Be the G you were meant to be.
You are still a little quiet, Cookie.
I don't know why.
Now you're fine.
He's fine. Yeah, he's fine on my end.
Okay,
On me.
I appreciate you guys are trying to help. What matters is the stream balance. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, gotcha.
Like, anyway, our heroes that you see before you have arrived in Hundlestone. How do I describe Hundlestone? A large town in the southernmost part of the Icewind Dale, or rather just before the Icewind Dale, which is currently being overfilled to capacity from people fleeing the Icewind Dale because Arl the Frost Maiden has apparently returned. Our heroes are champions gathered from around the Northern Realms as heroes to save the world from a series of nesting doll apocalypses. The giants are coming back, the dragons are attacking, Arl the Frost Maiden has returned. There's a lot of problems that our heroes need to solve. They're making their way up to the Icewind Dale to do precisely that. Having arrived at Hundlestone and seeing it filled to capacity, they decided to take their chances and gather some supplies, which they've been working on. However, during this time, War Chief Lash of the High House Dimwatcher was met by an orc from another High House, another unbroken orc from the High House of Deepshade, who warned her that a horde of Grumpsh's followers, the evil orcish god of the Underdark, is coming to Hundlestone because there's not really much they can do at the moment, and they are a befatted calf ready for slaughter. Well, the party didn't take that lying down, and now they're making moves to try to resolve that. One such move that they have made is to go to a gnome artificer in Hundlestone by the name of Thwip Ironbottom, who definitely is not raising hellhounds, definitely is not a master alchemist, definitely does not have equipment to aid them in their quest, and keeps asking them for impossible things, like a signal horn from a Minotaur tribe, or a rope made from frost spider thread, etc. And the party is confounding him at every turn. We faded out on the scene with Kelio and Irithyr? Was Irithyr there?
Irithyr, Kelio, and Firga were
in Thwip's Thwip's place, while Dawn and Lash and Runyak were going to go talk to the dwarf lady?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and they did that, and...
Yeah, they did that, and you did your thing with Thwip, but you're not done with Thwip, are you?
No, I am not done with Thwip.
Okay, so I think we fade right back in on that shop then.
Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say Thwip's not done with us.
Yeah, right.
I've got plans for Thwip.
And we fade back in on the dusty shop, renovated watchtower of Thwip Ironbottom, where Firga is fitting some new goggles into her backpack and or her face, depending. There are several casks of totally legal building materials scattered around the floor, and I don't remember the exact mood. I don't remember if Thwip was freaking out or not.
I think...
I believe his mood at the end was cha-ching!
Right, because you offered him something with a lot of money. What was it?
It was one of the siege arrows.
Yeah, it was Firstborn Tech. That's right. So we fade back in on Thwip, like, holding the arrow under, like, he's got a jeweler's glass fit into one eye. He's holding the arrow over one of those big, like, dental...
I believe it's more a crossbow bolt?
Either way,
not an arrow. Yeah.
holding it under
Yeah, it was-
one of those big dental magnifying glasses fit to a table, with a desk light, which is a candle and a concave mirror, and reflecting down on it, and he's just like spinning the coral in his fingers. Completely forgotten the three of you, so if you want to say anything at the beginning of the episode, you can.
Okay.
Firgo's very interested in what he plans to do with this thing.
Okay.
If you're not gonna say anything around that first, I'm going to speak up.
Okay.
So, you know your way around a set of tools, I assume?
You're asking Thwip or Firga?
The whip.
What I said was if the three of you want to have any conversations, he's going to ignore you for a moment.
Gotcha.
Oh, now I understand. There.
What?
Something occurred to me.
Go on.
The city is packed. There's gonna be people in that quarry, like, along the outskirts of it.
I'm trying to remember where exactly the proper
In the
entrance to this
center
quarry
of the
is.
town.
It's in the center of town near the market. The market is around the quarry.
I can't remember. Did anyone
boy.
mention if the quarry was still active or not?
Nobody asked.
Okay.
It's probably not active right now because there's just too many people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible people will be in the quarry itself too.
Maybe.
But those people probably won't listen to us. They would listen to the guard, maybe.
You guys hear, like, the sound effect is literally a dental drill turning on. And you look over and the head of the coral is just spinning rapidly, and you hear Thwip go, "Fascinating, fascinating."
Alright.
Oh?
I mean, have you ever seen a crossbow quarrel with a spinning head?
No, not that I can recall.
Just gestures to the crossbow quarrel.
It's rather impressive. It would do some damage.
You're like, "It can do some damage," and you watch Flip take a cleaver and just hack the head off of it.
Alright.
What did you do that for?
To examine the internals, of course.
Moreover, what are you going to offer us for, well, you break it, you bought it?
Flip makes his face like, "Oh right, you're here." And then he goes, "I believe I may have just such a device."
I'm listening.
And, like, thunks the cleaver into the table, leaves the busted coral where it is, and, like, goes over to this, like, massive steamer trunk and, like, presses a button on the side. The trunk is too big for him. Like, presses a button on the side, and it pops open on a spring, and he carries a stepladder over to it and, like, climbs up and then, like, disappears inside it. And you hear him from, like, down a hallway. He goes, "I'll only be a moment."
The trunk is bigger on the inside.
Absolutely.
Okay. Looking at what's on the table, what the fuck is inside the coral? From what I can see, just looking at it.
Are you proficient with Tinker's tools?
I am.
Okay, make a Tinker's tools check with disadvantage.
I'm also going to take a look at that.
Alright.
What stat?
Int.
not the worst with that.
Make sure you're rolling as your characters. And also waiting on fear control.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh. Nightfall, get back to your designated position.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Okay, so Firga, no fucking idea. However, Kilio, you rolled high enough to get some information. You see wires intertwined together, connected to small mechanical devices that themselves serve as actuators for the movement that you saw. There seems to be a circuit going from a switch at the base of the coral to the spinning drill head.
Interesting. There's a power source inside of this thing.
There must be.
Is there?
There has to be. Look, those wires. There wouldn't be wires there unless it made a circuit.
I suppose it's just... Which leads to the next question of what's powering it.
Well, apparently Thwip's gonna find out.
You hear the sound of somebody coming upstairs, and Thwip's head pokes out of the top of the trunk.
How big is that thing? Do you have a tunnel under it?
No,
No, the tunnels don't exist, remember.
precisely. Like, get to the top of the stairs. He's standing at the opposite side of the trunk than where he put the ladder. And he looks down. Now, which one of you ingrate customers move my ladder?
And other side.
Looks over. Now, who and went and put it there?
Hilly will go and move it over for him.
Thank you. He's carrying a wooden box. And he steps down the ladder, and he walks up to Firga, and he must hit a switch on the underside that you can't see or something, because it pops open, and in it, there's 4, crystal, clips. They're silver clips, and then they have a little, crystal hanging down from them. They look kind of like ear jewelry.
Can I take any guesses at what these are?
Make a Tinker's check with wisdom.
Do.
At a guess, some kind of magic or artificed earpiece.
I'm sorry, I missed the description. What was it?
It's a silver clip that looks like it goes over the top of your ear, and then it's got a little crystal that hangs down from it.
Now, I have a hunch what these are, but I'm guessing Firga doesn't with that information.
Unfortunately, no. I mean, you can guess whatever you want. I'm just not going to tell you.
Can I make an appraiser's tools check?
Absolutely.
I feel like this is the thing Killia wouldn't, get, so I don't think I'm gonna make a check here.
Yeah.
With my modifiers, I could roll really high on it, and it wouldn't make sense for Kilio.
Irithyr, you've seen something like this before, though apparently this fucking gnome has access to mana crystals. These are 100% earrings of sending, but they only connect to each other.
Knew it.
Curious. Earrings of sending, are they?
Yes, they are. I
This is where he
was
says,
absolutely not going to claim they were, dragon slay. Yes, they're earrings of sending. I was thinking perhaps the set for the quarrel.
how many of those do you have?
4.
4 sets or 4 individual?
The 4 you see in front of you.
Oh, he has a set of 4.
Yeah, he has a set of 4, like, in the case.
Ah.
Uh,
I feel like that's more useful to us than the quarrel.
yeah. I think that's fair. What say you two?
It will help us keep communication during this siege.
Aye, it will.
Hey,
But
Hey.
there's only 4. So we're all a team, but maybe we should split into delegated teams.
hey, I was thinking the same thing.
So the lid of the box closes, and Thwip puts like a big like leather-bound book on top of it and shoves both into your hands, Virga.
What? Thanks. What's the book? I'm asking that out of character if there's a title on it or anything.
There is not. He's already going back to the quarrel on the table. He says, "Oh, just the end-user licensing agreement."
Blink, blink. That's quite an agreement. Starts thumbing through it.
Are you proficient with legalese?
No.
You might want to give it to Irithir.
Starts
Irithir is
thumbing through it.
absolutely.
Realizes I have no idea. Hands it to Irithir.
Irithir absolutely has one of his languages put into legalese.
100%.
I should, honestly.
Make it intelligence saving throw, Irithir.
Okay.
Hello, hi. I have
If you have a language token,
Hi.
it would be great to put it into that.
Okay, so with a 25, you can parse this. It's a pretty standard, like, you promise not to replicate this technology. If you have any major faults, please submit them whenever they occur to Iron Bottom Industries. You agree not to, like, give these away. If you're ever finished with them, they'll buy them back at a reduced rate. Just standard stuff. You wonder how the fuck a gnome got elvish, like, legal clause training. Like...
A modern human is absolutely elvish.
Seems reasonable enough.
All right.
So, Thwip, while you were down there, I was thinking.
Down where? Not looking up from the quarrel.
While you were getting these trade goods, I was thinking. You know your way around a set of tools.
He's, like, taking calipers and pulling the wires out of the quarrel shaft. He doesn't say anything.
Do you think you could help me devise some traps and stuff that we can put in the quarry?
You're getting progressively quieter, Nightfall.
Sorry, it was rotated wrong.
There you go.
Do you think you could help me devise some traps that would be effective against the oncoming orcs in the quarry?
He, like, points at a sign on the wall that says commissions available.
It might be wise to scout out the area before we decide what traps we want specifically.
It points at another sign that says maps available.
This motherfucker really is a businessman first. Holy shit.
Right?
You fucking go, my guy. I love this gnome.
All right, how much for a map?
It depends on what kind of a map you want, how much it categorizes, at what distance, and from whose perspective. First-person maps tend to be 4 times the price.
I'm sorry, what?
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 Mm-hmm.
How could you make a... Wait, what do you mean first-person map?
Have you
I'm
never
sorry,
heard of an
what?
Have you never heard of an FPM?
Yeah, it's like
They're all the rage.
like it like stops and he looks up and he says, "How do I put this? Have you ever heard of Have you ever heard of ERDs?
What?
God damn it, Fox.
I think I
Has
fought one of
Killian?
You
I think
absolutely
I
have
fought one of those
not.
down in
No.
the Underdark.
Type of plant, ain't it?
No, enchanted reality devices.
What?
If you don't know about it, you have no interest in the technology and likely can't afford it. Turns back to the quarrel.
Hey, in fairness, I live in the woods.
Under a stone, apparently. I looked at chat and I shouldn't have.
What did chat say?
This motherfucker got VR, what the fuck?
Yay! No! Like, oh my god, this man's living in fucking 2020.
Like, VR or AR is the
Whoever
question.
whoever you are that just said that, congratulations, you killed the fox, you get 40 XP.
I remind you, in Paradise and Limbo, I built a holodeck. So, you know.
Alright then.
And you ran Dungeons and Dragons with it.
No, I didn't. I ran Dark Souls with it.
Alright, fine. You know what? Keep your ERD. What other maps do you have?
What do you want it to categorize, and how much detail? Where is it located, and in whose perspective?
Okay.
Top-down map of the quarry and the tunnels branching off of it.
I certainly don't have anything as illegal as all of that. I definitely have all of my zoning permits for all of the maps. Then how much are you willing to pay?
How much are you charging?
Question isn't how much are you charging, it's how much are you overcharging.
And you're absolutely certain you're not with this or any other constabulary?
Absolutely not. Hell, I was chased by them on my way in.
I may have acquired a map of the Hundlestone quarries that was certainly not penned by my hand, and I certainly did not go in there without all of the proper requisite safety materials. I would be willing to part with it for a not insubstantial fee. It's a collector's item, you know.
And how much would that...
Aw.
Right, and how much would that fee be?
Do you want to include the Underdark Bleed, or... Not that I know anything about that.
It would be rather useful since our targets are coming from the Underdark.
Hey,
Something is coming out of the Underdark? Why didn't you say so when you first arrived?
We
did.
We
We
did!
said that our dark invasion incoming.
My assistant is useless. They never tell me anything.
An assistant?
Well, yes. Who else am I going to blame for the constant fires and health code violations? I
No,
mean,
he's
I don't
got a
know anything
point.
about that. My God.
Oh, so this motherfucker works retail.
This motherfucker absolutely works retail, yes.
Where is
You are
your
in.
assistant?
Oh,
Are you sure your assistant is alive?
60%. At any rate,
going to-
such a map would cost you 350 silver coins?
I can handle that. Unless one of you wants to spot it.
Hmm.
I'll go have Z's with you.
Deal.
Translation with that to gold?
35 gold.
35 gold. I'll do, let's see, 15. Wait, okay. 15 plus 2.5. 17.5 each. I'll just do 18, you can do 16?
If you do 16, it won't be enough. If you do 18 and 17, you'll have enough.
18, 17.
Okay.
Okay.
Nah. Do 18 and 16. Make Earther
Oh,
throw in
wait.
gold.
Wait. Oh. I gave my gold to Dawn. I only have flat. Do you have change?
Like, opens his lab coat. He's wearing one of those money change belts. This motherfucker is ready.
I'm sorry. All I could imagine is when you said that was like, opens the jacket, like Ace Ventura inflection. How much you need?
Yeah, basically.
Is there just a shitload of watches on the other side?
He doesn't hold that open. You just see the belt with the tubes of the various coins in it.
I need change for a platinum coin. Well, 2 platinum coins.
Oh, dear.
Very well. He'll hold his hand out.
Places 2 platinum in his hand.
Yeah, you see him like reach onto his belt with one hand and like flip a hidden switch and dump 20 gold into his palm and then tosses it to you. He can't hold it all at once, so he has to do 4 times.
Yeah. I mean, Kilio also has to do
Right.
that, but... And then... I think I'm gonna do 18, and you're doing 17?
Kirga?
Nah, man. 18, 16, and 1. Make the elf contribute.
Listen, like, he's not going to contribute unless pushed, but also he's not frugal.
You know, thinking
Or-
about it, that's a fair point. Remembering the shield.
Hey, the elf got motherfucking challenge. Are you kidding?
I mean, the elf is gonna lose that motherfucking challenge.
They still got
He's
challenged.
gonna
and-
win that motherfucking challenge because he's gonna get the best shield ever.
So, who is giving what money to Thwip?
I'm giving
17.
I'm giving 18.
Okay, so he takes the money, and he like flicks a hand, and you realize that he's using Mage Hand, and all of the coins fly over into the till by the door. And then he says, "Half a moment," like pulls his goggles back down, walks back over to the trunk, climbs up the ladder, gingerly steps over, and walks downstairs again.
In retrospect, we should have asked to see the map before we bought it.
Of course, this motherfucker has arcane trickster levels.
No, hang on, wait. Wait. We should have seen the map before we bought it. From in the trunk, you hear, "How dare you!"
I mean, in fairness, if we saw the map,
It's just good business sense.
we could just kind of remember it.
We couldn't reference it later.
I mean, fair. But yeah, that is the way a smart buyer goes around.
You hear a sound. Can all of you make an insight check for me, please?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Irithyr, this makes perfect sense. You're the only one who recognizes the sound as a ladder on wheels moving along a track on a bookshelf. Kilio and Firga, you're just like, what the fuck is he doing?
We just try and peer over the edge of the trunk, like, what the heck is down there?
Okay, you try to make a perception check with disadvantage.
This motherfucker has a trunk like that dude out of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
This is perfect. This is perfect. So you look down, Firga, and there's just a black void.
What's in there, Figa?
A whole lot of black void.
What? That
Be
can't be
afraid.
right. I'm sure it's a tunnel.
So either it's
He goes
magical
over and
or
looks
there's
in.
something else going on.
Be afraid, dwarf, for as you look into the void looks into you. It has no money to give you. It doesn't want your products going.
Like Firga, do you keep staring?
I guess.
Okay, you keep.
After a moment, Kilio goes to look over her shoulder.
Okay, make a perception check, Kilio.
But yeah, I'm guessing the dark vision doesn't help here at all.
It does not.
Okay.
Okay, Kilio, you also see a black void.
I do not like that.
Shut
This
the
isn't
lid,
just
he might
regular
suffocate.
darkness. This is advanced darkness.
It sounds like if you shut the lid, he might suffocate.
Please do not shut the, while the,
Hey, but then we'll never get our map.
Precisely! Please do not shut the lid while the device is in use. Thank you. I really should put an emergency switch in here now that I think. Thank you for the idea. Your commission will be available momentarily. You hear a ding from the till, and a silver coin flies into the air.
Alright.
I guess grabs it.
There you go.
Okay.
You all hear, like, in the actual workshop that you're standing in, the sound of a pencil scratching on a pad, and you hear emergency release inside secondary workshop. Now,
How
where
is
did
it
I
bigger
put
on-
that?
How is
right.
it bigger on the inside than it is on the outside?
Have you
Looks
ever heard of a bag
irritating.
of holding?
Hey, but usually people suffocate in a bag of holding.
The cartography supplies are in the east wing, and you hear footsteps fading.
I'm sorry, this motherfucker has a whole TARDIS.
It's also entirely possible that he just has a massive basement.
It's also entirely possible that he's fucking with you.
Does anyone else realize the fact that we could just close the lid, pick it up, and walk away, and open it every once in a while, and we'd basically have an experienced artificer on the go, whether he likes it or not?
I mean, that's how you get lightning bolted.
Artificers can't learn lightning bolt. Get fucked.
One of these days, you're just gonna open that, and you're gonna hear the theme from Attack on Titan start playing.
And that's when we close it back up.
Actually, armor artificers get lightning bolts, so
I'm sorry. Now all I can imagine is
Sure, this man is an alchemist.
all I can imagine is opens box, yeah, closes box.
Yeah, right.
Not
So-
today, everyone. The artifice is going insane.
Firga like calls down. Can I suggest a second exit in case this one gets blocked somehow?
Thwip walks out of a back room. Yeah, that I thought of. Here's your map.
Much
What did you
appreciated.
pay? Okay.
Alright, much appreciated.
He holds out a little, like a little sapphire cube about the size of a cube of sugar.
Kilio, like, tentatively takes it. How does this? What? Wait.
Set it over a
This-
light source.
Anyone have
Go-
light prepared?
Kilio goes over to his desk and holds it over the desk lamp.
Projected onto the ceiling, there's a map.
Interesting.
Let's work with the stars or with the sky. Like, do we-
I mean, we could
Slight
always
problem.
just point it at the ground instead.
Okay, slight problem. I don't have a side. Would a torch work?
Is it a light source?
Is, but it.
Any light
Some
source will function,
Okay.
a moon.
with the possible exception of
wait.
the sun, as it's somewhat unfocused.
I see.
Hey, so what we got to do is get a focusing lens and then hold it between that and the cube.
I'm glad you asked. I can offer focusing lenses at a modest fee of 10,000 silver pieces.
This motherfucker extorting.
That's the 100 flat. My God.
Nah, I think we can make do without.
I think so.
If you're
Um,
certain.
So. Let's see. Does this? Can I pick this thing up? I don't want to light a torch in here. She like looks around the room.
He goes, "Ugh," and like holds up like, I don't know, like an extra quill on the desk, casts light on it, and just holds it out to you. I expect
you.
that back.
Absolutely. What if you cast light on this thing? Holds up the cube.
I have attempted as such. It throws a distorted map in every direction.
Oh, cool. Mini flashbang.
No, not blinding, just pattern.
Okay, so mini
Disco ball, not
yeah.
flashbang.
You
little
roll it
mini
like a
laser light
D6.
show.
You roll it like a D6, and there is a confusing pattern everywhere.
Yes.
Or you spin it like a top.
So it's color spray.
Basically.
I'm into
Okay.
it.
And so I'm gonna like shine it on the floor where we can make sense of it.
Yeah. There is a map of Hundlestone on the floor.
Huh?
I don't have a
Where-
map of Hundlestone, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Is there a way to?
Turn it over.
Okay, turns it over.
You, like, flip it over, and the map shifts to just a web of tunnels.
Just for due diligence, I shift it to the third axis.
Different tunnels. And these are colored purple.
So where do these connect to these?
It fluctuates.
I see.
Like,
So
still
we would
examining
just-
the coral.
So we would need to account for basically the further down the tunnels we go, the less accurate our traps will be. Our best
No,
attempt.
the tunnels have a definitive end if they are not connected to the Underdark. So if you go to the end of the map and the tunnel continues, then you know that you're in a passage that will lead you down further.
I see. So this one, hold this, Virga.
Holds it.
This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are all dead ends. But
They're all
these-
dead ends. They just may not be dead ends when you go there because they connect to the Underdark. The Underdark
But
is a
on this-
fantastic phenomenon.
Okay, but on this map here, you've marked where the Underdark
It
leads.
fluctuates.
Alright. To clarify, does this thing update when the tunnels update, or...
What? No, that would be impossible.
Okay.
Lying sack of shit.
Okay. So
He just doesn't want to, but
Difficult.
he can't do
Nothing
it.
is impossible.
Wait
You
a
have
minute.
36
Wait a minute.
possibilities on a given day that one of those tunnels or more will go to the Underdark. Process of elimination.
Sorry,
So
what did he say specifically?
okay, so
How many possibilities?
36.
36, okay.
so there's only so many tunnels that can have an Underdark occurrence.
No.
No,
The
I mean,
entrance
it's-
directly connected to the Underdark once, though it was rare. Not that I've ever been down there.
Okay.
For a reason.
He's like prizing something out of the shaft of the coral.
Do the tunnels themselves move into the Underdark, or is it a new tunnel entirely?
Must I repeat myself?
I'm
The tunnels exist one way or another. It doesn't
If
make a
I
new
put-
one, as I understand it.
Think of
If
the
I-
tunnels like a light switch.
uh-huh.
Keelio has no idea what a light switch is.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say,
Oh.
what's the light switch?
Uh-huh.
It exists in two states. One emitting light, one emitting darkness.
I get that. Kilio gets that. Okay.
The tunnels of the quarry exist in a state of flux until they are directly examined, at which point they will be in one of two states. A mundane, humanocentric mining tunnel, or a gateway to a different plane. It's impossible to tell which they will be beyond direct observance.
So if I put a
what
trap
is-
in
Schrodinger-
one...
It is Schrodinger's bullshit.
Correct.
So my question is, if I put a trap in a tunnel and that tunnel shifts to the Underdark, does the trap exist in the Underdark?
No.
Then I would want to put them as close to the entrance as possible and hope that a switch doesn't occur over the entire entrance.
Turn back to the coral and like start pulling more things out of it.
It sounds like either way, if you put the trap down, it's gonna
You're
be
very
there.
quiet, Gamzee. I can't hear you.
You are quiet.
How's this?
No.
You're still quiet.
My ear hurt, so I had this headphone off.
There you go.
If I'm understanding this correctly, it's sort of like two halves of a drawbridge. Sometimes their two halves are touching, sometimes they're not.
That is a moderately more accessible example than the one that I gave, yes.
But,
I get
like-
that. Okay.
But when the two halves split up, it doesn't rip the other half up and carry it with it to the Underdark.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm understanding this.
I would hope so. It's simple baseline planar mechanics.
Are you getting this ear there?
I already knew all this.
You also
I-
have an expert on the Underdark in your
Okay.
body elsewhere.
Here,
Okay.
there, are you getting all this? I learned this in kindergarten.
Basically.
Okay. So we have a lot more area to trap than I was expecting. I don't think we're blowing these tunnels to hell and back.
You are most
So-
certainly not doing that. It's a convenient access to an interdimensional portal that has a wealth of rare resources. I mean, I don't know anything about what's down there.
This
Okay.
motherfucker.
Even if that said, we don't have to blow the whole tunnel down to make it inaccessible.
What is so
Temporarily.
concerning about these tunnels?
The orcs are coming from down there.
What?
Lots.
Have you not been paying attention at all?
If I paid attention to every individual who came through my door demanding this, that, and the other, I would never get any experimentation finished.
He almost said something racist.
No, he
Okay.
didn't. He almost said something
No, no.
classist.
No, yeah,
Okay. In fairness, this concerns you a lot. Your tunnels that do not exist also connect to the quarry.
you will die, motherfucker.
Hey, if you're not careful, this whole place could go up thanks to your construction material.
You will die.
That's what you think.
Big fiery death.
So, there are entities coming from what you claim to be Underdark portals that I know nothing about, with malicious intent?
Hi.
I
see.
Flash said something about Grumsh.
I think he like makes a face and draws draws with his finger in the air, and this glowing sigil appears, and then he pushes on it like it's a window, and it flies into the air and then through a wall, and then you hear the grinding of metal, and then thunderous footsteps slowly going away.
blink, blink.
What was that?
Nothing?
Was that not the Shield Guardian that doesn't exist?
It was nothing at all. I believe I may have a rat infestation.
Okay, so about the commission for you to help us.
I
I believe we agreed that we would pay it in the form of a rescuer horn.
That was before you said Grumsh. I can be of no further service to you at this present time.
We've spent enough time here. We should meet with the others and recon these tunnels while we still have the chance.
Hey.
I agree. The lives of the citizenry and my business ventures are in your hands. So, hop to it, heroes.
Alright.
Heroes skeptical.
Then as one of the champions of the North, I need to make an inquiry about a purchase.
The shop is rapidly approaching its closing of business hours, but go on.
Well, either the information or the actual supplies would do. I had a thought for...
You're getting quiet again, Nightfall.
I had a thought for... Gunpowder alone isn't going to be enough. We have to use everything we can get.
What's
You-
gunpowder, homie?
Oh, sorry.
Fire sand.
Breaking the fiction a little bit, sorry.
Well, no, not even that. Like, fire sand and gunpowder are different.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Neat.
Oh, fuck yeah,
We're-
bud.
We're gonna need as much fire sand. Fire sand alone isn't going to be enough. We need any resource we can get, and I was wondering. You said you weren't raising hellhounds.
The statement that you just said is correct.
And you totally would not have access to a supply of torpor, would you?
Narrows his eyes at you. You mean the highly illegal, regulated, and illegal to trade substance used in both pest control and bounty hunting, torpor?
I'm just waiting for this motherfucker to say, no, I'm not selling you my sleep aid.
Also used in dealing with large animals in the purpose of subduing them for care.
Are you suggesting we put the orcs down for a nap?
Exactly.
Like, pauses, and you realize he's made this face enough times, Keelio, that you realize he's making that should I trust these crazy people face? And he like slowly reaches under the table that he's working at, and he pulls out what looks like a, how do I describe this? It looks like a coconut. The interior, like the brown sphere coconut, not the big green thing. It's about the size, it's a little bit smaller than a coconut. It's not fuzzy, though. It's like worn smooth. It's not made of wood, but it's made of some wood-like material. And it's got two, like, leather straps across it to make, like, an X pattern. It's bigger than one of his hands, but it's big enough to fit in, like, Irithir's palm. And he slowly holds it out towards you.
Carefully take it.
It sloshes on the inside.
Ah. That would be it.
How much do you
I believe-
need?
How much do you think it'll take to put down? How many did?
Several orcs.
They said over 100, my dude.
I'm aware.
We
How much-
gonna commit a war crime today.
How much would you say it would take? Okay, wait, no. Let me just ask this question. How much of this stuff does it take to subdue, like, an injured direwolf for a little while?
Not much. Like, you take, like, a couple ounces, about a vial's worth, you pour it on a cloth, and you, like, lay it over the wolf's snoot. Or you just shoot it with a couple of corals.
Mm-hmm.
We can either trank them or
The thing about it is, this isn't a bottle. There's no spout on this object.
so I'm guessing this is a chuck and duck type thing.
A couple ounces will subdue a direwolf for a
This
few
thing
hours.
weighs more than a couple of ounces. You say
This
that,
is a lot more.
and Thwip goes, huh.
Hmm?
A few ounces for a dire wolf? Perhaps if it's undiluted. I'm sorry, perhaps if it's diluted.
You don't want to kill the thing. However, in this instance,
Kind of do.
you kind of do.
I think this motherfucker is implying that he has undiluted torpor.
In its natural state, it is. You mix it with water if you're using it for animal care.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure your woodland education serves you well. That is the product of science.
I am aware.
This man's
So,
Wait a minute. Did this man just hand over fucking ketamine?
No, he did not.
Okay.
I would,
We hand him over
demonst-
some fucking
I would
chloroform.
demonstrate, but that orb that you're currently holding cost about as much as this workshop.
oh dear.
Which is about how much?
Irrelevant to the conversation.
He's not gonna let you know how much his shop is so you can buy him out.
The device functions
I-
as follows. You ignite the substance coating that leather all over your hands and toss the orb towards whatever it is that you wish to inebriate. And then I recommend moving very far away and not breathing in for a few seconds.
I see.
I have 4 more of those ready to go.
Before we purchase them, I suggest we go scout out how many tunnels we actually. I guess we could check. I'm gonna check the map, see how many tunnels connect right now.
Well, you don't know which ones are connected to the Underdark.
I see. Okay.
Like, that's the thing. It's not how many tunnels there are, it's how many connections to the Underdark there are.
I have a dumb question.
Which could be 0, or it could be 36. Go ahead.
So, are these tunnels, do they branch inwards towards the town or outwards away from it?
Outwards.
Have you guys thought about the fact that we could just collapse some of the tunnels and force them through channels?
That's not how the Underdark works.
The
If you,
Underdark is
if you
constantly
collapse the tunnel on this
changing.
side, the Underdark tunnel will not be collapsed.
Oh, it's not like a portal that enters a space. It's
You
like
have to go into the Underdark and collapse their tunnel.
Correct.
It's like playing the old switcheroony.
Which makes what Lash does all the more impressive.
It is.
It's
Last-
really impressive.
Darkwater basically would trap themselves in the Underdark and have to find a way out. Most likely.
Yeah.
Or
Motherfuckers, y'all scary.
or set dynamite or some shit down and shout, "On 3!" And then you'd have to get out before that blast goes off.
Yeah.
Fire in the hole!
That's
Y'all
exactly
motherfuckers-
what they did.
Never mind, I now understand why people are scared of fucking orcs.
Right.
That's terrifying. What the fuck?
And if they
What's fear?
And it is 100% a thing. They set the bombs, they light them, they run back through the tunnel, and the Underdark opening is closed, and there's just a dead end. That's a thing.
Both great and terrible if Lash was here, because Lash would have thrown this man by now, but at the same time, he could probably explain it to Keelio a little better.
Okay.
I'll be right back,
I
by the
was
way.
wondering. wonder if there's a way to commit this to a tripwire configuration.
It
Probably
requires
just
a flame.
Okay, out of character, I'm not sure what that means. In character, if that's referring to like some kind of
There, like he said, there's a substance on the leather straps that needs to be put to a flame before the device will work.
And what Fiergo was about to say was, if we had some device that could light from the tripwire, then yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Conventional flint and steel, if put in the right way, could do it. It's a matter of time. We would need the fuse to be shorter.
Also, I'm just saying, anytime
that would be really unreliable. I'm just saying, like, flint and steel takes effort to get the thing lit.
I'm aware, but I don't have another means to generate fire aside from the fire sand, and that needs a trigger in and of itself.
I'm sorry. I don't have a means. We have a motherfucking wizard.
We do have a motherfucking wizard.
Yeah, but glyph of warding is expensive.
What? I didn't say shit about glyph warding.
Yeah, but we're setting a trap, and I'm sure Uther has his own ideas for glyph of warding, if anything.
How far would you have to clear from this thing?
In a tunnel? Ooh, depending on ventilation, 90 feet, give or take.
Oof. So,
I have firebolt, which is 120
but
feet.
the tunnels curve.
Hey.
You're hard pressed to find one that's a straight line. Looks at the map.
I'm assuming the tunnels do twist, right, GM?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like super bendy, but
Do you have a means to generate a flame in that manner?
Flip just like holds up one finger, says something in Sylvan, and then a flame produces on the end of his finger.
I mean, in the conventions of a trap such as this.
It's not meant to be a trap.
Okay.
It's meant to be defensive ordnance.
Alright.
You light it, you throw it, you run.
So it's looking like the firebolt might actually be our best bet. Light it from a distance so you have a head start.
I have a dumb idea.
Go on.
So, if the entrance to the Underdark becomes the entire quarry, we're screwed. Like, there's little we can do aside from take them down when we can. However, if the entrance comes from a tunnel further back, we set the fire sand barrels along with these ordinances at the entrance to all of the tunnels.
Excuse me.
And we blow them to the next dimension.
I'm less worried about entrances to the Underdark and more worried about exits from the quarry.
There are
You know
two.
what? That's a point.
What does the map say about that?
There's two. There's only one on the map, but Thwip says there's two.
Alright.
Where's the second one?
Definitely not here.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm sure you can defend yourself against any orcs that might come through your tunnel that definitely doesn't exist.
And I'm certain that your tunnel is narrow enough that they wouldn't be able to manage to get into your workshop.
Yes. We're all double talking about the same thing. I've already set the shield guardian to self-destruct in the event of planar activity.
Blink, blink.
What?
Ah. That's why you're no longer able to help us down there.
You said crunch. Thwip Ironbottom is many things. A shrewd businessman, a brilliant inventor, a humble, upstanding citizen, but he does not fuck with a god.
Well, unfortunately, the god's gonna try and fuck with you, so...
He's welcome to try.
And you're already fucking with him, why not go all the way?
What part of detonating a shield guardian in the event of planar activity did you misunderstand?
Defending yourself is all fine and well, but a big middle finger to the god would be fending off their horde.
I'm back.
Precisely, so get to it, hero.
Give it a rest. He's not going to help us.
Alright.
I believe I have helped you. I've furnished you with a map, explosives, building materials, defensive ordnance, and commission.
And
if
how
that
much?
proves to be inadequate assistance, then suppose you're not so championic as you say that you are.
Sorry, I'm back.
I believe I can make these work.
Would you like the other 4?
What's the charge going to be?
Those are specific.
Go on.
Setting the sophistry aside for a moment, I will require compensation.
I understand. That's how a business transaction works.
A juvenile cloaker, alive.
What kind of check to tell what that is?
Nature check.
What, if you're gonna have any idea?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, you know what those words mean individually. You're uncertain what that would look like, aside from a small cloaker.
Okay. I suppose a better way of phrasing that would have been, has Purga encountered a cloaker before?
Oh, almost certainly. Like, you're a soldier.
Okay.
Like, you're a soldier,
Okay.
Purga. Like...
Cool.
Okay, Kelia, you've got 4 questions regarding cloaker.
Okay, what the fuck is cloaker?
It's the love child of a manta ray, a scorpion, and something that can fly.
And may or may not resemble a cloak when it's flying.
So
When
a
it's not
manticore's
flying.
a manticore's redheaded stepchild. Got it.
No.
Sending an image of one in the bomb chat.
Comparing this to a manticore is like comparing Kelio to Dawn.
Oh, that is horrible.
Yeah, a little bit.
Imagine like a manta ray, you know, ocean flap, but it has teeth and a stinger, and it is mean and it flies.
That is. Okay.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Where do
Isn't that
these
a Dark
things
You're
Souls-
super
nest?
quiet again, Gamzee.
Sorry, isn't that a Dark Souls 2 boss?
Probably.
I believe we saw some of those in Demon Souls,
In-
actually.
Yes.
Yeah, Demon
Yeah,
Souls.
the Storm Kings.
Okay. Where do these things nest?
The Underdark.
Oh boy.
It's not here now, so I do not know. But this is only going to go so fucking well.
Okay.
So long as I receive my payment within a year and a day, everything is fine.
On the off
Alright.
chance that we can't bring it back to you for whatever reason, what occurs?
Not that we
I'm so-
plan to, just
I
have to
would
account for
prefer
possibilities.
to cross that chasm when we arrive.
Alright. How many questions did you say? I had 2 more? Or is
You
that
only
was
asked
that it?
one. The question you asked was, what the fuck is a cloaker?
I also asked where they nest.
Oh, then yes, you have 2 more.
Okay. What can these things do?
They can fly, they can see in the dark, They can sting. They have poison sacs. Nobles will sometimes take a juvenile and train it to be worn as like a defense against pickpockets.
Which I
Jesus.
suspect may be the intention here.
All right. My next question is gonna be, what does their poison do?
I don't have the stat sheet in front of me.
Okay.
Give
Can I
me
make a
a second. I didn't
suggestion?
have a free hand when I said that. I was refilling my water cup. What do they do? Let me check.
As someone who has personally done like their own free time research into Underdark creatures, the things are fucking awful. They aren't the worst thing down there, but they're kind of awful.
They're okay, yeah.
Are you seriously going to tell me there are no cloakers in this module?
No, I've got their stat sheet up in front of me.
Cool. What's their poison do?
I'm not seeing any poison, but when they attach to you, they share the damage they take with you.
Cool.
Awful.
So I can just tell you what their poison does then. Great. Excuse me. It's an adhesive.
Oh. That sucks.
So they stab you with it, and then you secrete an adhesive that sticks you in place. Yeah.
That is rather awful creature. I've heard about it, not fought one myself.
I fought them. They're nasty bastards.
Phew. And you said a juvenile.
Yes. Preferably a female, but I'm not picky.
Her eyes narrow a little bit.
What?
Another one of your breeding projects?
No.
Alright.
Hey, do you think we can take on a juvenile cloaker?
I mean,
Oh, well, indeed.
probably.
I'd be more concerned about its parents.
Hey. That's
I
a good
mean-
question. What's the behavior like for cloakers? Are
You're
they
out
like
of questions.
I'm out of questions.
Uh-huh.
Killia's out of questions? I haven't rolled yet.
Then feel free to roll a nature check.
Right.
I guess I
If-
might as well roll as well.
If either of you roll lower than Kelio, you don't get any questions. No questions for Irithyr. 5 questions for Firga.
Oh,
Looks like
Jesus.
Aura Protection's going to come in use today. Well, when we do this.
What's their behavior like? Are they solitary? Do they hunt in groups? What are they?
They're
What do
solitary.
Okay.
They're solitary and they avoid large groups. They're opportunistic. They're basically scavengers.
Hunting style? Yeah, it said
Ambush.
scavengers, but ambush.
So,
And they're quick to
said
retreat.
you said alive. How much damage are you willing to say they've sustained before it's unacceptable?
This is why I don't work with adventurers.
I'm asking so I can fulfill your request.
I would prefer it to have sustained as little damage as possible. These things are quite fragile and don't heal well from injury. Furthermore, I would prefer it to be in good reproductive health.
This bastard is absolutely breeding them.
Oh,
of course.
absolutely. Oh, next question. Live young or eggs?
Unknown, they're aberrations.
Okay.
I guess the whip's gonna find out. Unless he gets eaten by one.
Just come back and ask him in a couple of months.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Hey, what was in that egg?
So do those things give live birth, or do they hatch eggs? I don't know. What? It just sort of... The baby just sort of appeared one day. I believe it to be osmosis.
You
That's
joke,
mitosis.
but
It's
that's how
entirely
beholders
possible.
reproduce.
You know, that's true. Well, I'd argue that's more
Beholders is
dream.
more dreaming themselves into existence, if I
I was gonna
understand.
say,
Mitosis, I believe.
Yeah, that's what.
Nevertheless,
Yeah.
Obviously not, because then how would you get Jones?
Osmosis is absorbing nutrients.
which is how a beholder comes to be. Beholders
My-
are born from osmosis.
Okay.
By that logic, everything is born by osmosis.
No. Beholders are literally born by absorbing psychic energy from dreams. How is that not osmosis?
They absorb the energy and eventually have a dream themselves, which can either produce more or change themselves depending on what they dream. It's like minor reality warping.
Anyway, back to this.
Any particular areas the Underdark known for cloaker activity, or is it sporadic?
See, you say that like the Underdark is mapped and has biomes, and neither of these things are true unless you're like a drow.
Not mapped, but there are landmarks, for lack of a better word.
Yes, once you're there.
Right.
The Underdark is the most easily accessible plane, with the possible exception of the ethereal plane, and it's also the most difficult to quantify. So they probably do have favorite hunting grounds, but I could not tell you what those are.
Fair enough.
So, Twip, I have another question.
Hmm?
Do you have a material? Actually, she pulls like the frostbiter rope. Would unraveling this make a good use for a tripwire?
Honestly,
I mean, we
probably
could just
not. It's too sturdy. You want a
Gotcha.
tripwire to break.
Yeah,
Fine.
bro, let's just let's just use hemp.
Alright. Could I get the materials for tripwires from you? I don't have twine or thread.
Certainly. If a juvenile cloaker is too difficult, I will accept 2 Umber Hulk eggs.
Oh, we'll gather 3.
Whichever one we come across first, and come across successfully.
Hey, whichever one we end up with, you'll end up with.
Fair enough. Like, reaches into a drawer, pulls out a ball of twine, and just tosses it at Kelio.
Thank you. Add
All right.
a ball of twine to my inventory.
I suppose we should get started with these things.
Do you not want
Aye.
the other incendiaries?
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
Do you have any trap mechanisms that I could use to make fire starters, basically?
No.
Using the gunpowder as traps. But, sorry, fire sand as traps.
Just use a trail of the fire sand.
I'm not...
He's out of line, but he's right.
No. Because I'm not
Actu-
intending for me to set it, I'm intending for them to set it off. Why waste the resource if they don't go down that tunnel?
Why set a trap for a tunnel they're not going to go down?
Thing is, we don't know which ones they're gonna go down.
Then stop
Then
worrying
give
about
them-
traps.
Yeah, like we either cannot
you're so
worry.
fixated on traps.
Okay.
Traps are not efficient in this situation.
Like
Okay.
respectfully, Nightfall. Either we can't worry about quote unquote wasting resources on areas we don't know they'll go, or we just shouldn't set up traps.
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
much.
Yeah, fair. All right.
So yeah, 4 more of those coconut-like devices roll down out of the slot in the ceiling. So now there are 10 pony kegs and 4 coconut orbs, like, on the floor of the shop that you guys need to take with you somehow.
Alright. Pick them up very carefully.
You're gonna pick up 10 pony kegs?
No, I meant the coconuts.
Okay.
We'll probably have to get some help to get these kegs.
We have.
You can always go get Dawn.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yep, you can, that's true.
Yeah, that's what she was trying to imply.
Okay. So, you guys fixing to depart and go get the others?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Cool. So meanwhile, Lash, Runyak, and Dawn. Dawn, you were with them. You guys
Yeah.
are done with the lady, the dwarf lady, whose name I'm blanking on right now. Where do you go after that? Because they're over with Whip for a while.
Right. We were headed... Wasn't it back to the mayor?
Was it?
I have no idea where we were heading after that because we got into gnome shenanigans.
I mean, yeah, that's true facts.
So where are you guys heading?
Let's... Yeah, I say let's go let's go to back to the mayor's for now.
Why?
So we can get... Well, no, he wanted to wash his hands of this situation, didn't he?
I'm
Yeah.
wondering what you want to get from the mayor.
The long and short was more information, but now I'm remembering we already got pretty much everything we can out of him.
Yeah, he doesn't know about it.
Yeah.
I do remind you that the water from the Stone Tavern Inn is right above the quarry.
This is true. We could start scouting.
I would also say that Lash might be thinking we might want to get people out of this if we're going to be setting off dynamite. But then again, Lash doesn't know about that, so yeah, probably scouting.
I
Yeah.
mean, just getting people out regardless.
We could also go make use of that credit I have.
Yep.
I was honestly thinking about that. Because I still haven't gotten my damn farrier's tools.
We could do that, then go start scouting.
That seems like a good plan.
There you go, GM.
So you're gonna go use your credit where?
In that neighborhood.
Do you know about Dawn's credit, Riniac?
No.
So again, you guys
That's
leave
fair.
water from the stone. What do?
Lash is a little frustrated, but she's kind of just like looking to them. Well, do either of you have any ideas?
I suggest we gather the supplies we are in need of. And if the others have not come for us by then, we begin our own scouting venture.
Seems like a good plan as any.
How big would usual groups of orcs going into the Underdark be? Like, not only 3, ever.
It depends on what you're there to do, right? If you're there
Yeah.
to, like, lead a prison break or grab kids or something, probably, like, 4. If you're there to blow up a tunnel, probably 1 or 2 for buddy system. If you're there to, like, break a siege camp, probably, like, 50.
It just varies. Alright, got it. Thought I'd ask.
Scouts probably go at 2. Like, 2 is probably the least that would ever go. It depends on what you want to do and how long you're going to be gone. As I've been thinking about this. I saw this on a sign. It's a saying from the, I want to say Zulu people, but that might be wrong. It says, if you want to travel fast, travel alone. If you want to travel far, travel together. And I feel like that's an orc saying.
Probably. So it's a combination of the two, so we are probably going to want to split off in teams. Lash is probably trying to think what the best tactical way to take care of this is.
You'd have to see the tunnels, Slash. You know tunnels move, like...
Yeah, exactly. Get supplies, and I'm going to need to see those tunnels to know what's our best bet anyways.
Mm.
Well, you're the expert.
Should we stock up on supplies to light up the tunnel?
Do you mean fire sand wise or physical light?
Physical light.
Well, some amount of our party is able to magically light up things.
Orcs have sunlight sensitivity. Just saying.
I would assume if they are from the dark below, they would have some degree of ailment towards light.
I mean, Lash does.
I have an issue with bright light, sunlight sensitivity, some call it. So it would be best for us to probably have some form of way to blind them.
It's not like do you physically have sunlight blindness as an ability?
No, but
okay.
So,
the only individuals you're gonna blind with sunlight are like drow and like monsters. Apparently it's raining, so I could lose power at literally any time. Fair warning. We'll be back as soon as we can, but
all right.
I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
The motherfucker out there casting Zeta Thundera.
Yeah, right. So I don't think it's light blindness per se, but it will definitely cause them deleterious effects if the light is bright enough. But it will also affect Lash.
Yeah.
Unless she has the goggles.
Fair. But at the same time, someone else who doesn't have dark vision can use those.
But if we have the room
Dwarves
already...
have dark vision? I'm
If
pretty
we-
sure they do.
If we
Yeah.
already have the room lit up, then her having the goggles would be more beneficial than someone who doesn't have night vision having them.
Correct.
I think everyone in the party has it except for Dawn
And Runyak.
And Runyak.
and Runyak.
I don't
Some of our
think-
hard
Lash has
hitters-
superior dark vision, don't forget.
I
Wait,
don't
no,
think
wait, no.
I don't think Irithyr has it, does
Yeah,
he?
Irithyr absolutely does.
Oh. Oh damn.
Let's just,
Okay.
I mean, we could also put light on Runyak's horns again. That'd be fun.
That won't be enough to affect it.
Mm-hmm.
You need like a bonfire or the daylight spell.
What?
The daylight spell will fuck up a group of orcs.
I have
Absolutely.
one of those.
Have it prepared?
No.
Unfortunately, we're doing this today.
I have one of those. Is it prepared? No.
It's okay. If we give Don 8 hours, then he can prepare it.
I just need a nap. I go that. I just need a nap, like 8 hours.
I decided to check, just out of curiosity, Kit, and no, orcs only have regular dark vision. You can see within dim light 60 feet of you as if it were bright light, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's right. I gave you scent instead of superior dark vision. That's what it is.
Yeah, you gave me scent.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Still useful, but...
Scent is great over a distance. Scent is not great in the immediate.
So,
What I mean is you can't use scent to fight, basically.
I mean, maybe if you were blind.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you get sunlight sensitivity, you're blinded, your scent is not gonna mitigate that. It'll mitigate it over a distance, but it's not gonna mitigate it in a melee. That's my point.
I say.
It's like, you're over there. I'm blind, but you're still over there. Instead of...
No. See,
Alright.
no. It's not you're over there. It's you went that way,
Yeah.
which is not the same thing.
Oh,
So,
I see.
Unless you're dealing with one smelly bastard, it's not gonna help.
even then,
You'll get a vector, but
Correct. Anyway, what are we doing, guys?
I want to go get my tools.
Okay.
Let's go to the neighborhood.
So has Don mentioned that he has credit yet? I'm waiting for him to do that. Don was like, let's go get supplies. With what money? Like, you're yet to be like, hey, by the way, we have a bunch of credit.
Right. I got stopped. I forgot.
Yep.
If you think it necessary, we have the means. Not only did Kilio give me some of what they had, we also have a great deal of credit with a neighborhood here in town thanks to the meat.
Nods.
That
Good.
is very convenient, actually.
It's about to get more convenient.
Okay.
So,
Which neighborhood is that, Don?
The one next to the fountain.
Correct. He said the fountain on one side, the blacksmith shop on the other. So Don, you're like, we must go towards the fountain, and you like point, and then you like follow the street to the blacksmith shop, and you realize that encompasses the market.
Huh. Sorry, that was more me than Dawn. I realized I did that with the Dawn deepness.
You're good.
It is now occurring to me that this deal may be less beneficial for them than I originally thought.
what makes you say that?
It seems that this credit may be usable within the market.
So, I want to clarify something because I just remembered something. You guys are standing out in front of this inn in the market district above the quarry. Dawn has a reputation in this neighborhood, and Lash is standing around with bright gold armor. I think about this point, I think you guys realize that you have, like, a crowd of people a respectful distance away gawking at you.
Dawn, don't look, but I think they've noticed you.
Please tell me Dawn limps around immediately.
Mark kind of snorts a bit.
Just like slowly looks down at Runyak, and
Just... I was trying to be coy.
what do you mean? Of course they would notice me. Look at my stature.
Never mind.
As you wish.
So, Dawn, can you make a perception check, please?
I can't. Maybe I can't. What's happening, Roll20? Are you okay?
Gamzee's back in Roll20.
Hooray, Gamzee! Make sure your rolling is Dawn.
Yeah. There's that button. And now to open my sheet. Maybe, if it loads.
Boop.
There we
Roll
go.
that beautiful bean footage.
I will, in fact, awaken the magic beans and make them create a movie. If it loads, thank you. What? Are you okay, Roll20? You seem kind of slow today.
Is Roll20 ever okay?
I was gonna say. Cool.
It has to
What
witness
is-
all
what
the
is-
campaigns out there, including the shit ones.
Cool.
What is with my rolls tonight?
You made one roll!
Lately. I said tonight came out of my mouth, and I meant lately. Leave me alone.
So, to answer your question of what you see, You look out, Don, and you don't notice anything because your entire attention is being held by a group of children on, like, a pallet, basically, that's been covered in snow, and there's two boys with, like, paper horns on their head pulling it up the street with ropes.
Oh.
Adorable.
That is
I
heckin'
don't
adorable.
know.
I love it.
I don't know how Dawn feels about that. It's like, yeah, sure.
What is it when children wearing paper mache?
I mean,
What?
probably.
What did
What?
you say, Vader?
But what is it with you and children wearing paper mache?
Okay, Prince Na is not my creation. I'm just using it for something better.
The thing with me and children wearing
No,
paper
no,
mache
me. That was
is-
directed at me.
No, it's directed at DMZ.
Oh, well, I have a very easy explanation for that. I make positive role models.
Fair.
Who's Prince Na?
Crown of Fangs, catch up.
Yeah.
You make positive characters, and then you made Z.
And then I made Z. And then I made Z with his most famous line, "Cocksucker."
Anyway.
Sorry. Herding cats.
We are not making it easy tonight.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what you see.
I think he like. He's probably warmed by it for a moment, and then it's like, oh right, trouble. Go go go. Go 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 before I can have a moment again.
Do you point it out?
It probably
Okay.
very very lightly, like tap Runyak on the shoulder and point.
Yeah. So Runyak, you see these two like 7-8-year-old boys pulling this pallet of tinies up the street with paper mache horns.
You made quite the influence here, Dawn.
Not me, Hollowstone. And he starts walking.
Okay.
Whatever we need, I believe we should be able to get, assuming our credit extends to the market.
Worst case scenario, we have the coin.
I think he like grabs the coin bag, like fuddles through what there is. In the worst case,
I
we
don't
have.
think you've ever seen a platinum coin.
Right, he's like, we have 300 gold, and like pulls out the platinum, like.
Please tell me you say silver.
No, it doesn't look like silver. It definitely does not look like silver. Platinum is like white.
And a.
So I think it stands to reason that he would call them copper, silver, gold, and white.
Yeah, right.
Snow coin.
That halfling gave me counterfeit money.
And 10 snow coins.
They're called platinum.
Platinum? Is that
Aye.
valuable? Is it valuable?
More valuable than gold to most people.
We have 300 gold and 10 platinum.
There you go.
So what are you
Henry.
guys looking to buy as you walk into the market and the crowd like disperses?
Definitely not farrier's tools.
Yeah, they're at a different place.
So what are you looking for? You know where to get farrier tools, Runyak.
Yeah, it's not in the marketplace.
No. So like, what are you guys looking to get? Like, you guys are going shopping while they're. I swear to God, you guys have dicked more out of character than these dinguses have dicked around with Thwip. Like, my God.
Okay. I'm after let me actually find my list because I have this. I'm prepared for this. I'm after a map of the north
Okay.
If they sell that.
A map of the whole north.
Mainly the 10 towns.
Okay. That's better. A map of the Dale is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give you a fair warning on that, Gamzee. That will exist fictionally. It will not exist out of character because the 10 towns are procedurally generated.
Perfectly fine.
Or at least it won't exist until we generate them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
Cool. But yeah, you could
Aye.
probably get a map of the Dale.
Okay. I'm after a map of the Dale. Probably can't get more money here. Oh, I forgot. I got those 15 charges of Frostthorn, didn't I?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 26. Fuck, no, I really do gotta find my map, because that's the only, or my list, because that's the only thing I can remember. It sounded like Sibs was gonna say something if she has it.
Go ahead, Sips.
I was going to ask if healing potions were a thing we could get from anywhere in this marketplace, but consider
Yes, there is an alchemy stall.
fucking sweet.
So about
yeah.
that honey.
Yep, they sell. It's a stall. It's not a store, so it's smaller than like a storefront. But you can get potions, primary herbs, and secondary reagents here within a certain like level of complication, basically.
Like,
You're not going to get dragon parts here, but you might be able to sell dragon parts here, for example.
so, despite me having played in many, many games that involve potions, I can never remember what the gold cost for all of them are.
That's because it varies by location.
Fair enough.
So,
And also probably by DM.
yes, this stall sells three levels of healing potions: minor, lesser, and standard. And they are each 30, 55, and 100 gold apiece.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Give me a quick moment to do math. Because I have gold easily, but I don't know if that's of any use here.
I mean, we should probably check to see if they'll take the credit before you go
Not
for gold.
for healing potions, they won't. That's a high-end commodity. That, like, a healing potion will save somebody's life with hypothermic. Like,
That's fair. That is very fair.
adventurers, champions you are, and yes, you have a line of credit, but if you roll in and take all of this town's medicine, they're not gonna let you do that. Like, they're grateful, they're not that grateful.
Right.
I was thinking about maybe getting like 2 or 3 of the lesser. I contemplated standard, but
So 55 each for the lessers.
yep, and I have a calculator pulled up. But I'm just trying to figure out if we should spend it on the lesser or if I should go with just the standard and fork over the cash. Because we're going to want it, probably.
Standard would heal more at once, but 2 of the lesser ones is 2 more people up from death saves.
Fair.
Well, not 2 more 2 people up from death saves instead of 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gams, did you have something to say?
No, I'm just looking through my list. You
Thought-
can you
thought
can
I would-
get the rest of your stuff.
No,
Thought I'd double check.
finish your calculation, Sibs. What do you got?
My calculations are done. I've had them done for a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with 4 potions of lesser healing, which is 220 gold.
There
if they'll
will be
take
220
what I
gold. There
have.
will also be all the lesser healing potions she has.
Fair.
But since you're buying in bulk, she'll knock 20 gold off the price.
200 gold even.
200 gold even.
All right.
And she tells you, like, if you're going into the Dale and you're, like, or otherwise adventuring, if you want to bring her potion supplies, she'll buy them.
Flash will nod. Noted, thank you. And, like, she'll go back to the group with the potions.
Okay. She has other potions into the reagent. She's got, like, all kinds of alchemy stuff.
I gotcha.
I wonder if she sells any, like, basic potion recipes.
Yes, she does.
Neat.
Now, see, I don't know what constitutes to even, like, begin asking, like, does she have this, this, or this? Do you have ideas of what?
Yeah, absolutely. She has access to an alchemy lab. So she has, like, I say advanced recipes, but what I mean by that is recipes that require an alchemy lab to produce.
Okay.
So she does have, like, poultices that you can make out in the field, but primarily she sells recipes. She has recipes for stuff that she herself cannot make.
Oh.
And I don't necessarily mean a potion of meteor swarm. I just mean she doesn't have the reagents.
I'm more interested in the field stuff.
Okay, so poultices you want. She has a good number of poisons. To, like, put on, like, corals or some, like, bait. She has, like, torpor. She has just, like, a basic poison that causes the poison condition. She's got... Hey, Nightfall, what's that 1d4 poison called? I've forgotten. It's not Dark Stab. What is it?
Let me get my notes.
Thank
I
you.
have my notes. 1d4,
Yeah.
you said? This one is a sucky one. It does 1d4 per round until death or cured.
Yes.
The Long Night.
The Long Night. She's got the Long Night, and then she's got, like, your healing potion. She's got the Southern healing potion. She's got...
You want me to put these notes in my character note card?
That would be
that
lovely.
So you can pull them up?
That would be lovely. Thank you. She's got poultices of, like, that will heighten your senses. It's not quite enhanceability, but it's like +1 to a stat.
That one's interesting.
She's got a recipe for dust of masking, which is not the same thing as dust of tracelessness. Dust of masking befuddles the scent ability.
Oh. Useful.
Yes. And she's got a poultice, rather popular poultice. She's got a poultice of Endure Cold.
Ooh, that could also be rather good.
Each of these recipes is 58 gold.
Okay. So, they're 58 gold each. You said she has ones separate for, like, the various stats, right?
Yes.
How about...
It's basically a snuff. Like, it's a powder that you snort, and it boosts one of your stats and lowers one of your other stats.
Okay. I was gonna say con, just in case someone gets kinda buggered by poison, just so they can have an extra buffer until we can get that out of them. But if you're that fucked up by poison, you'd need something like that. I don't think you'd be able to intake it.
What about anti-poisons?
I was just about
And
to ask.
like, she has anti-poison to neutralize specific poisons. She has recipes for the magical anti-poisons, but they're much more expensive.
Right. That reminds me, I need to get the Hallowstone anti-poison recipe from you at some point.
Mm-hmm.
How about... Okay. I'm going to make a small thing for this, just to...
While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna step away.
Okay.
So 55 for
58.
58. I'm thinking wisdom?
Okay.
Is that a thing?
Wisdom lowers charisma.
I should be fine.
So +1 wisdom, -1 charisma for an hour if you make the snuff.
Now this is for the recipe, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thinking wisdom and strength.
Strength.
On it. Mm-hmm.
Strength lowers intelligence.
Figured.
Can these poultices raise above 20?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a +1 -1.
So.
Oh. Fair warning.
Mm-hmm.
Because the poison system has been put into the game, so has the toxicity system.
Radical. Good to know.
How does the toxicity system work?
If you drink too many potions at once, or you use too many alchemic imbuements at once, your toxicity will go up and you'll get debuffs. It could kill you, depending on what it is.
Also, the possibility
Getting
of
poisoned
permitting
raises your
recurrence.
toxicity significantly, which means, by definition, drinking a lot of potions makes you more susceptible to poison.
Sorry, my internet crashed out for a second.
No worries.
What are, like, known poisonous creatures of the north?
Known poisonous creatures of the north. Above ground or underground?
Mainly above.
Wyverns, remorazes, giant spiders, certain species of undead can carry diseases, but if you're looking for specific poisons, those, and then mostly sea creatures.
Okay. Can I get... Does she have a recipe for the spiders and the wyverns?
She absolutely has spiders, which is 126 gold.
Okay.
It's specifically for frost spiders.
I
She's-
assume
she's-
that's what we're gonna run
She
into
has a
most
different
often.
one for deep spiders, which is 58 gold. And she has a third one for, oh, fuck me, what are they called? What are the blue spiders called, Cookie? They
Phase
go to the
spiders?
astral plane.
Phase spiders.
Phase spiders. That one is 290 gold.
Oh,
She also has frostworm, purple worm, and wyvern.
okay, how much of this is, like, covered under, like, just the recipes?
Just the
Covered by-
recipes?
Like, how much are these, like, covered by credit?
Anything less than 100 gold, she'll give you on credit.
Okay. So then So then the two recipes, or the two,
Which two?
tapurs, or not tapurs, the stat boosters,
Yeah, stat stuff.
stat stuff.
Yeah, so
And
wisdom
the-
minus Ka and strength minus int.
We'll have to go over that again later. 58 for the deep spiders.
Yep.
Oh, that map earlier, was that covered?
No.
No? How much was that?
That was you got a map of the Dale writ large,
Yeah.
200 gold.
Wow, we.
Cartography is expensive, man.
It is.
So, oh boy.
You
I
gotta
might-
either send someone out there or find someone who has made the map before and just use that.
Yup.
I might already be over budget. Give me a second.
God, it just reminds me of all the that cartographers used to make places that don't exist and put them on their maps to in order to know if someone was copying their map illegally.
Yup.
Yeah, the frost spiders would put me over budget. Frost spider recipe.
By how much?
I've got like 300 gold. If the map of the Dale is 200, that leaves me with 110 platinum. Which, for this one stand, would be over budget.
Again, to be absolutely clear, these are recipes.
Yeah.
Like, you're buying recipes. They're going to be more expensive.
Well, actually, 10 platinum is 100 gold, isn't it?
Yup.
Yeah.
So, if I took 3 off that, that'd be 30, meaning I'd wipe out the gold, but I'd have 70 gold that I could use elsewhere.
Didn't Kilio give you that gold with a purpose?
Supplies.
Did Kilio not say arrows? Am I crazy?
If you see them, get them.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying. That's why I'm saying I have a bit of a budget.
Okay.
Yeah. But so far we have not been to the Fletchers, so.
Right.
I don't need regular arrows, but special arrows would be nice.
I'm surprised you're more interested in the anti-poison than some of those other poultices.
I mean, a lot of those sound nice, but
I would absolutely get them.
yeah, so many of those would be useful. How many of those can be gotten on credit?
Anything less than 100 gold, she will write you a copy of her recipes.
So I could get all of the stat boosters.
Mm-hmm.
I have no concrete idea of how much credit I have.
No, you don't.
I have 120 pounds worth of meat in credit.
Yes.
Actually, I do wonder.
Realistically, if you're quick enough, like if you do it all in one go, you could probably double down on your credit at each stall.
That's true.
But then
That would be real
you're gonna have some
dishonest.
splaining to do in a couple days.
Right.
I'm just saying.
That'd be real dishonest.
Yes, it would. However, you could do it.
I'm actually curious. If I show her the horn, does it have any alchemical value?
Like
Like
your
a
horn?
Yeah, the one that broke off, a Tor horn.
The blacksmith did say he had no use, but
Yes, actually.
Oh.
She would be willing to buy that from you in trade for a level 2 recipe.
Level 2
So
recipe.
126 gold.
Okay. I could cut the frost spider out for that much
Yes, you could.
and get that 130 back. Well, 126. 4 gold would have been change, I assume. By the way, I have to mention, I assume there's someone coaching Dawn on how much platinum is worth.
yeah, hi, Runyak is right next to you.
Cool.
It's also convenient because Runyak still has your horn.
It's like pay going to
Bruniac,
pay for stuff.
are you proficient with herbalist tools by any chance?
I am.
You might want to roll that with your int.
Okay.
When
I
Dawn
also
is like,
have-
I'll trade you my horn.
It's more asking like, how much is this worth to you?
Right. Just make that roll, Bruniac.
Oh my.
Yeah. Like, Dawn's horn probably weighs a good couple pounds.
It in fact weighs 10 pounds.
10 pounds. Couple ounces of it will make a potion of bull strength.
Hmm.
So, you know.
Hang on a minute, Dawn.
Mhm.
Do you by talking to the alchemist?
Right.
Do you by chance know how to make potions of bull strength?
She nods.
Would you be willing to sell that recipe?
She'll. Ooh. Make a persuasion check, Runiak. DC 15. There's a mechanism for this before I start rolling dice. Yeah, she'll sell it to you. For 1,200 gold. To be fair, Potion of Bull Strength is +2 strength, advantage on strength saving throws, and your carry capacity is doubled for an hour.
Yeah.
Like, that's a valuable fucking potion.
It is.
We would need
Not
the
half
elf.
the money.
We would need the elf to buy something like that.
She'll be happy to sell you potions.
I say for now we'll keep the horn.
Okay.
Alright. We may be back later with one of our more wealthy friends.
Boy, I don't have that sort of money anymore. Spent it on your shield.
If you don't want to sell her the whole horn, you could also probably break off a chip.
I'm sorry, you don't have that kind of money anymore.
You know, actually, that's a fair point, Gracie. For the whole horn, one of those things, but like, it's better to keep it as a whole piece, honestly.
I'll tell you this right now. For every 8 ounces of horn you give her, she'll give you a potion.
Ooh. That is 20 potions.
Well, no,
Like-
because she doesn't have 20 potions.
Like
No,
potion, like a potion she has prepared, or one of the bull strength.
Bull strength.
Oh,
Though you could probably
okay.
haggle.
I actually think it's pretty worth it to get a chunk off your horn and get a couple of bull strength
Yeah,
potions.
I think like at least two potions.
So 16 ounce to a pound.
Yeah.
So
So like the tip of the horn.
in a slightly like disturbingly practiced motion, she like pulls out a merchant scale and a sheet of parchment paper and like a plane grater and just like takes the horn and like she's zesting a lemon, like zests off 8 ounces or 16 ounces and then passes it back to you. Your horn is now flat on that side.
That's great. Yes, this will make a nice stew.
And then,
I'm just now imagining a waiter just standing there with a pepper grinder, like
Minotaurs.
wondering when to stop with
Right.
the horn.
Right, say when. So yeah, you're given 2 vials of liquid that's about the color of Runiak's coat.
Interesting. We'll be able to make great use of this in Bryn Shander.
2 nods. So yeah, +2 strength, advantage on strength saving throws, and your carry capacity is doubled for an hour if you drink those.
I'm gonna keep one on me. Runyak can have the other for now.
Oh, make a note, +15 toxicity. Cause Keelio opened the door.
Yep. You said +2 strength, advantage on strength saving throws, and carrying capacity doubled?
And 15 toxicity.
Yeah.
Question, do the healing potions have toxicity?
Yes.
What's the toxicity on those?
On the 2 standard healing potions, or 4 standard healing potions that Lash bought, they're 10 each.
+2 strength, advantage on strength saving throws, and carrying capacity doubled.
Doubled.
And 15 toxicity.
+15.
Just for due diligence, does the drinks from the shield have toxicity?
No.
Okay.
So that's
The
magic.
lesser healing potion I have. How much does that one have?
You have
Same
a
amount?
lesser healing potion?
Yes.
Is it made of frost thorn and honey?
I don't believe this one is.
What'd you
I
get
mean,
it?
I got it from the move.
So yes, it is.
Okay,
It's 8 toxicity.
8.
For that matter,
What are the effects of toxicity?
As it builds up, you get negative effects. It can kill you in high enough amounts.
So it's a bit like exhaustion in that sense.
Yes.
I got my potions from the high ice. I'm wondering what their toxicity is.
What potions do you have?
Regular and lesser healing potions.
Regular healing potions is 12 toxicity, and a lesser is 10.
Oh, so mine are more toxic.
Yes.
Question: How would the toxicity of the super healing potion be different?
Of the
Like
what?
the lesser one that will heal max no matter what.
No.
The one that Dawn had made.
No.
No, same
No.
same toxicity.
Same toxicity.
Okay.
How much toxicity does it take to kill a person?
You don't know.
Probably depends on size, con, and other factors, I'd assume.
Correct.
And also probably sheer dumb luck.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it this way: the torpor aerosol that you're carrying is plus 60.
60?
60.
The poison. Torpor doesn't cause any damage. Rules as writ, so it's just a poison condition for a long ass time.
Correct. And the toxicity system.
But yeah, based on the toxicity, if that's plus 60, like depending on how little these things can take, that might wipe out some of them.
Yeah.
Motherfucker go night for good.
We don't know what the higher amount is. It could be 200. It could be 500. It
Right.
could be 50. We don't
Be
know
anything.
There's no real good way to know for sure.
unless we want to kill
Regardless.
a motherfucker with poison. Or, like feed him enough healing potions till he drops.
Do we have any volunteers? Earthier's bird, maybe?
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, always funny.
Okay. So here's a dumb question as well.
Mhm.
This is a mining town.
Yep.
Is there a stall or someone in this area that I could buy like magnesium powder from?
Yes, the alchemist.
Oh.
What do you need magnesium powder for?
How much is it?
What do you need it for?
Makeshift flashbang?
You do not know how to make flashbangs. Stop it.
No, but if you throw magnesium powder into fire, it goes pop.
Okay, valid, but there are much more useful uses for that.
Well, I don't know them, so never mind.
Okay, would you like to?
Sure.
Standard healing potions for one.
Oh.
Crawler
But
venom for 2.
What's
I don't
crawler
like that.
venom?
Ask
It sounds
Nightfall.
like a spider. It sounds like a spider, but
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, you do. Crawler's the one that does 1d4 flat and the poison condition. This is like the first one I told you about, friend.
But you probably need an alchemy station for most of these.
That's one I
Yes.
don't have. I'm adding it to my list. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to pick that up along with the proficiency somehow at some point.
I mean, you are big enough to carry an alchemy lab around with you. But generally speaking, alchemy labs are not portable.
Right.
Yeah.
Getting one that is made to be portable is likely to be more expensive.
Very expensive. And you would need to go to a specialist like, Thwip.
I'm planning to go see him anyway. I just don't know about him yet.
Fair.
Well, we know about him. We have not encountered
But, like, no, I don't recommend buying magnesium powder to make explosives.
Yeah. No.
I thought you needed that for like a spell or something.
How many arrows do you have, Kelio?
Oh, speaking of spells, if you guys mind to put a pin in the current discussion, because I'm going to forget this if I don't say it, Runyak, I have a couple other cantrips that I need to get you access to.
Okay.
I said Runyak, I meant Earthier. Fuck!
Wow. I got excited.
Specifically, Shine, which is basically making an enemy glow. Or can you do that with light already?
Yeah, I touch
Okay.
him with light, and
There's also I'm gonna fuck with the name of it. The name of it in the thing that I saw, the homebrew thing that I saw, called it Sparkles. I'm not gonna call it that, but basically what it is it's magic missile, but it's light. So you can light 3 objects, or you can spark 3 objects, which is kind of cool.
If I may,
Yeah.
call it
Okay.
Shooting Star.
Yes. Good one. And also, I need to give you access to a spell called Shadow Knife,
Okay, I have a question.
Hang
Is this
on.
limited to...
which is cantrip level psychic damage, 1 target. They have to make a wisdom save.
all right.
My
Wait.
question
Wait,
is...
what?
Difference between
Is
it
it-
and Mind Spike.
Mind Sliver, yeah.
Oh, is it?
That's
Okay.
just
What's
Yeah.
the difference?
I didn't know that was a spell.
Oh,
I saw these in a homebrew thing, and I was like, I like these. So yeah, the only one that I need to add then is Shooting Star.
Is that one available for all wizards?
Yeah.
Okay, noted.
It's on the arcane cantrip list. So wizard, sorcerers, warlocks, light clerics, and bards. Anyway, but yeah, going back to the topic of poisons and such thing. I believe Gamzee just said, how many arrows do you need, Kilio?
It was how many
I-
arrows do you have?
Oh yeah.
I have full quivers. I was asking if you could find special arrows.
special arrows with only 70 gold left. Well, 74. Maybe. I don't I'm doubtful, but maybe. I will
It
look.
depends what kind of arrows you want, really.
The intention was
How
also
many?
for you to get gold for the meat and then have that gold in addition. However, you got credit with it.
Right. Is there a spot in this area that I could try getting that? Like in the market?
In the market, yeah, there's a bowyery.
A bowyery?
It's a Fletcher that makes the arrows.
Yeah, but a bowyer sells
Oh.
them with bows. You don't a bow shop will always also sell ammunition, Birchmila.
Fair.
I have never heard that term before.
It's usually called bowyers, but the place is called a bowyery.
You usually say, I'm going to go to the bowyers.
Yeah,
Bowers?
bowyer.
Bowyers.
Bowyer.
Well, good, because I also need to go there to stock up on arrows.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go-
in the same little market area as the alchemist, you can find a bowyer. He's got several short bows, long bows, composite short bows and long bows, and barrels of arrows.
What kind of bow do you even have, Kilio?
I have a masterwork longbow.
Small.
Small masterwork longbow.
So I should get tiny arrows.
No, Kilio shoots normal size arrows.
Okay. My mind went, it's smaller, so you should get short bow arrows. Or, I don't know what the fucking arrow is.
So yeah.
How much is one of those composite longbows?
What strength rating do you want on it?
20!
The strength rating
No, that'd be great.
corresponds to your strength modifier. If you don't have enough, you can't draw it, but it replaces your dexterity with just the flat modifier.
That sounds nice.
This is for people who are not Dexy that want to use
Correct.
bows.
Correct.
Yeah. So let's go draw strength 18.
So plus 4.
Mm-hmm.
So a +4 composite longbow.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at 800 gold before masterwork.
How about a +2?
+2, 300 gold. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's right.
300 gold, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, let's pick one of those up.
That's before Masterwork. So basically, you would fire that with your proficiency bonus, without your dexterity, and just the flat +2. But if your strength ever drops below +2, you can't wield it.
Okay. And is the damage still a d8?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, Gracie.
There's a lot of systems at 3.5 that I like. What do you want from me? Like...
Sorry.
For anyone listening who's confused, I just said in the backstage, at what point are we officially playing 5.5e?
We may as well at this point.
I'm sorry. We are not playing 5.5. We are playing 5.k.
I thought you were about to say 5.fox, and I was about to smack you.
I was going to.
That was.
If Gamzee didn't say that, I was going to say 5.fox.
You know what? That's. We got the fox's name.
Is this a problem, Birchmila?
No complaints whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all.
Not even the remote
Listen,
consideration.
If I ever describe this game to someone else, I'm gonna just drop 5.5 in the conversation and be like, "What?"
Like, yes, okay. I like building off of... Listen, D&D 5th Edition is great, but it doesn't do nearly enough for the stories that I want to tell. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like...
no, I agree. I just,
yeah.
you know, the thought occurred to me.
Oh, follow-up question to the bow discussion.
Yeah.
If I sell him my current longbow, would I get equivalency to how much they normally cost, or?
Is it just a basic longbow?
Yeah.
70%.
Okay. And you said the arrows are in barrels. Are they also in bundles, or are they just?
They're in bundles.
Okay.
Sets of 10.
In bundles, stored in barrels.
How much for 2 bundles?
However much 20 arrows this is in the book.
Okay.
Gold.
Would you say, Killia?
Gold.
Okay. Knock off 2 gold, and now I have a respectable amount of arrows again.
Alright. What kind of special arrows would Keelia want?
So this guy, this bowyer, he does not sell, like, drill arrows and shatter arrows and spell... He sells, like, broadheads, hunting arrows, like, barbed arrows. Like, he sells, like, shit trappers use.
Which is honestly useful.
I almost said fucking bola arrow.
No, he would not have bola arrows.
I know. It almost came out of my mouth, and I was like, "What? No, the mechanics involved. That is not a simple machine."
You could probably find that for a crossbow, maybe.
What would be good for Keelio? Probably hunter's arrows.
Yes,
You could ask what they do.
he sells 3 types of hunter's arrows: basic arrows, barbed arrows, and broadhead arrows.
Probably barbed or broadhead.
Well, yes, given those are the 2 special types.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Barbed arrows deal damage when they're removed.
Okay.
They stick in, and then if they're removed, they deal damage. And broadhead arrows bleed.
I think broadheads might be better. Because, like, during a fight,
Broadhead arrows are
gonna...
also more fragile. That's the drawback.
They're the ones that do 1d4 bleed.
They're the ones that do 1d4. They're the dude. Yep. But they also have a 10% higher chance of breaking.
Mm-hmm. I already have some of those, but getting more would not hurt.
Yeah, how much are the broadheads?
You said a set of 10 was a gold, Kilio?
A set of 20 arrows, which is a bundle, is a gold.
No, a bundle is 10, but that would be 5 silver.
Oh. Yeah.
So the broadhead arrows
Let me double check that, I don't want to mess this up.
The broadhead arrows are 5 silver apiece.
5 silver apiece.
Mm-hmm.
So. Oh god, I'm so fucking awful at math today.
He's only got 20 made currently.
Okay. So if they're 5 silver apiece, he's only
Yep,
got
I'm
20.
right.
If you wanted to get all of them, it'd be 10 gold.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, cool. So I'll give him a platinum.
Okay.
That's 10 gold, isn't it?
It is, yes. And you can you can add 10 broadhead arrows to your inventory.
You just sounded taken aback for a second.
No. Oh, by the way, Runyak,
Yes.
the composite bow that you bought is a horn bow, so it's got those cool spikes on the front.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's the Bokoblin bow.
20.
No, it is not the Bokoblin bow. How fucking dare you?
It's got the spikes on the front. They may not be made of bone, but
Yeah, the Bokoblin bow is shoddy.
fair.
You said what? You said
I believe it's
20?
pronounced shooty.
Yes, you have 20 broadhead arrows.
how much do those weigh? Not that it matters much to Dawn.
No, it does. It absolutely doesn't matter. They weigh the same amount as a bundle of arrows.
A pound.
There you go.
Okay, 20 more for Keelio, and then what else would be good to cover?
I'm just saying, you might want to ask him if he's got anything special.
It's not a bad thought. Ooh. And I know how to word that for Dawn.
Yep.
Do you have anything worthy of Clan Roche?
They don't know Clan Roche up here, but they know Clan Grawl up here. However, he knows what clan means, and he pulls out a heavy crossbow with 2 vertical barrels on it.
A double-shot crossbow.
Yep. Gamzee has seen this item before. Breaking Dawn has not.
Yes. I'm thinking, why did you steal from Durnan? That is how you do a die.
Yeah, that is this is exactly the crossbow Durnan has. Well, not exactly. Different serial number, but like...
I can hear the squee from Fearga over there, who can wield crossbows.
Fearga, do you have a good ranged option? That might be something to consider, actually.
I do in fact have a crossbow.
Oh, well.
You might want to consider this one.
Yeah, but do you want a double shot crossbow?
Double shot a heavy crossbow.
Hang on.
Imagine that motherfucker with sharpshooter, I'm just saying.
Oh,
So I have
Give-
firstborn crossbow on my sheet, but I don't know if it's special in any way.
You have a firstborn crossbow, which...
She got it from the storeroom.
Right.
I did,
Wasn't that a
along with
light
the
crossbow? I'm pretty sure that was a light crossbow. It was a collapsible light crossbow. That's what was special about it.
Ah.
Unless I'm mistaken.
The specifics aren't in my notes. The item just says firstborn crossbow.
Well,
So
then yeah, you have a light crossbow that like
Okay.
folds up on itself. Which is still handy.
How much is this?
It was either that or a wrist-mounted crossbow, and I don't remember which one. Do you
I'm
remember?
pretty sure it wasn't a wrist-mounted one. I would have
Okay, then it's
remembered
this
that.
collapsible light crossbow. By the way, Breaking Dawn, this double-barreled heavy crossbow has a name.
Oh?
Yes. The problem is I don't remember, and I'm sorry about this. Any Bloodborne fans out there, what is the name of the pistol that you get in Castle Canehurst?
Oh gosh, you give me. I use this weapon all the time, and I can't freaking remember.
Yeah.
Is it Evelyn?
Evelyn. There you go. This is Evelyn.
Evelyn. How much is it?
300 gold. Oh, wait, sorry. My notes say it's masterwork. 800 gold.
A Faye enters the chat.
This may be something to come back for if it piques their interest. I may return for that. And he just, like, turns to Runyak. Anything else we need?
From here.
Food, water, and medicine.
It's true.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. I assume there's a stall that is selling rations.
There is absolute. I mean, yes, there is a stall selling ration. There's also a stall selling fresh food. It's the same stall.
Is there a stall that, like, focuses not on, like, alchemical medicine, but, like, regular...
Like bandages.
Yeah.
Like
that I could get.
like salves. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go over
But
there.
I'm hearing you're trying to find the Brotherhood of the Fountain stall.
That is exactly what he's hearing.
Dawn's already got a taste of the Brotherhood, and he is interested.
That'd be an interesting route for Dawn to go.
Yes, it would.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there is absolutely like a stall that you can get food supplies, Runyak.
Then he's going over that way.
So Dawn, Connie, and Dr. Sue Lorelei walk into a bar.
Everyone gains 10 temporary hit points.
Oh my god.
Dawn walks into a bar.
Absolutely.
Lorelei and Connie don't because it's not that high.
Heyo. So Runyak,
Yes.
a person day of food is 5 silver. Wait, no, they're in a drought. Sorry, I forgot to take that into account. A ration is 10 silver. It's a gold.
So gold.
The animals need more than 1 ration if you want to buy animal feed, but it's cheaper.
Yeah.
That will not help the wolves. The wolves have to eat meat, so.
No, but the wolves can go
Dawn
hunt their...
also requires more food.
But I've still got, like, 16 rations.
Right, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We don't get quart-sized rations.
Yeah.
And I've got 2 Tor-sized.
Do you have in your notes how many normal rations you need if you run out?
I believe it's 4.
4. Okay.
I'm gonna double check that real
That's
quick.
a good plan.
I know I have it written down, but
Yeah.
Because I think Salk needs 2.
oh my god, I need to get him more then. Oh no, it's 3.
It's 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Because Salk needs 2. Okay, there you go.
You're entirely correct that getting animal food would not help the wolves. However, the wolves help themselves already.
I mean, the wolves help the others. They have the baskets, so.
Yeah, but I mean...
I'm just saying, if you're stocking up
animal
on food, keep that in mind. Also, this stall has a line, and there's a limit. There's a little like hand painted sign that says like limit 10 per customer.
I mean, that seems entirely fair.
Especially with the situation this town is in right
Precisely.
now, considering how many people there are.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if the limit was lower, honestly.
That's
Well, no,
that's
see,
actually
no,
a pretty generous limit.
It is a generous limit. But the price is the main limiter. It's a gold apiece. Like that's a lot. It is a gold apiece for the minimum amount to keep you alive, not happy and fed.
Yeah.
Like that's rough.
Yeah, that's...
Do not ask him about the whole goose. Just don't do it. What I'm saying is Kilio could make some fucking bank.
Yeah.
Hey, Kilio!
Hold my food already, man. Come on.
Yeah.
You got store credit. And now you realize how much that store credit was actually worth.
Oh,
Yeah.
which is a point of order. You cannot use that credit for food. It's too hot of a commodity.
I figured as much.
Completely reasonable.
I mean, I haven't been using any of the credit this far, so...
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. I am absolutely going to stock up on the maximum amount of animal feed I can.
Oh.
Just like
It's probably-
grain? It'll be like grain and corn.
Yeah.
The maximum amount of animal food that you can. It is a silver for a horse day. So person day for a horse. It's a silver. The issue is it weighs like 8 pounds. Because horses eat a shitload.
I mean, this is true.
So if you want to get, like, the most that he will sell you is a sack of grain. Like a full, like, 50-pound sack of grain.
Okay.
Which would be 5 silver? 6 silver? 6 silver, I think. Which is obscene for that amount of grain. Like,
Yeah.
normally grain is measured in copper.
Yeah, but drought being in the north.
Yep.
But I mean, like, yes, the wolves can go out and forage for stuff for the people that are not carnivorous. That is correct. However, when we left and they went hungry, that's not happening again.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to get a sack of grain, he'll sell it to you.
I am taking a 50 sack of grain.
Okay, so that's 50 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could just drop it off, or have Dawn carry it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly. People already think Dawn's a beast of labor every once in a while.
I mean, he is.
He really is.
You are a large-sized creature with powerful build, which you can now double.
He is a beast in both senses.
Which would give you the carry capacity of, wait for it, a gargantuan creature with powerful build.
So when can
I have a dumb question.
When can I start throwing frost giants?
What if...
That.
Okay, I have another question. What if I put enhanced ability, a bull strength on that?
It doesn't stack because it's the same spell.
It's the same spell.
Oh,
Got it.
It's the spell just.
Potions
so
replicate spells.
That's great.
Ah, that's right. Okay.
Yes.
Also, fancily enough, even with this bag of grain, I'm still just encumbered.
Nice. So,
What is
Dawn,
your strength score, man? Jesus.
20.
jeez,
Oh.
no wonder you got the bow.
Listen, I figured the more strength I had, the more expensive it would be. So just having a +2 seems fine enough.
What's your dex modifier?
+1.
Yeah, so it's an improvement for you.
Yeah, it's a +1 improvement for 300 gold. That seems fine.
Yeah. So, Dawn, where were you heading? I'm sorry.
To that medicine.
Medicine saw. What are you looking for? Just like healer's kits?
Mostly like regular
So,
ones.
These are much cheaper because not a lot of people are having their blood fall out around here.
Right.
So these are like book price.
What is book price?
Meanwhile, Lash, what are you doing in all of this?
Lash is probably mostly just taking a look around, trying to see if there's anything that catches her interest. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but she knows what she's prepping for. Lash was a captain for this kind of shit.
There's
So, fire sand, probably. What else would be used in that
you are
situation?
absolutely not going to find fire stand at a public market. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly. She's aware of that, but she'd think it doesn't hurt to look to make sure.
You find a curiosities vendor.
Which means...
How do I put this? Voodoo shit.
I have... Okay, so this is a question. Do orcs know shit about that?
Probably. I mean, it's magic. You know about magic.
Dream
Fair.
potions.
Dream potions, yeah.
Valid. Lash might go take a look at that, yeah.
Okay. First point. Yeah, that's fine, Dawn. So 10 charges, 5 gold.
So
All they will do is stabilize, mind you.
that is infinitely helpful, though.
Yeah, no. Like, stabilizing means you don't have to make a medicine check.
Yeah, it stabilizes, or I think it does more if you have the medic feat.
Correct. Healer feat.
Yeah.
Which, guess what I'm gonna take next time I get a chance.
Yep. Do you want to take a look at the curiosities vendor, Lash?
Yes.
Okay. This dude has arcane. Is a dwarf, by the way. He's got arcane foci. He's got holy symbols of all of the major gods. He's got like anything you would find in like a priest pack, so candles, incense, like again, like prayer beads, things like that. He's got like reagents. It seems to be just like he sales. He is in the trade of comfort, basically.
Gotcha. So it's like, oh, my holy symbol fell into the fucking water when I was rescued by the Tors. Here's that.
Yes, or like my family is hungry. We don't have anywhere to go. It's still nighttime, and he'll give them something to like hold on to.
I gotcha. I'm trying to think, because I know Lash tends to use an arcane focus, like her Dark Driver symbol on the end of her whip is basically her arcane focus.
No, she doesn't. She's a paladin.
Wait,
she uses a holy symbol.
Right, that's what I meant. Lash's holy symbol is on the end of her whip, basically.
Right, the medallion.
Yeah. So I don't know if she'll need anything like that, and I'm trying to check my spells to see if I need any reagents for any of these.
That's a good thing to look at. That goes for all of you, including Irithyr. And what I was going to say is, while you're looking at this, and Donan's getting those, and Runyak is getting the 50-pound bag of grain, I think the other three walk into the market. So Runyak, Kilio, or Irithyr, Kilio, and Firga.
Irithyr, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think we'll be able to talk our way into getting the wolves inside?
I doubt that's a good idea.
I doubt it's a good idea to leave them out there for this fight.
I mean, Come on, brain. The Elder asked us to take care of the problem, so I would assume we should use every resource we have.
And by that logic, bring all the mounts in.
Yeah.
God, the paladin spell list is long.
We may have to go meet with the mayor and give them to give permission to the guard to let us through with our mounts.
It's less about permission and more about space. Like, make no mistake, Dawn is having to just step over people. Like, the streets are packed. The buildings are packed. Like, anybody who could get the fuck out of the Dale got the fuck out of the Dale. And, like, this is telling of what you're going to be going to, right? Like, you're going to be going to, like, near ghost towns because of this horse shit.
Yeah.
No, there's no horses in the town.
Fair. Like,
God.
It's less like the guards are going to stop you and more how are you going to physically get the mounts? Someone is going to get hurt.
There's also chance of causing a panic, the animals getting uncomfortable and lashing out. It's not a good idea.
I feel like that's less of an issue with the wolves.
True, but
The humans don't know that. The humans don't know that. Like, you can have a wyvern with 10 behavioral etiquette certificates. But if you walk down the street with that wyvern, the people you pass are still gonna go, Wyvern! Like,
Not fair.
Even if you're a Tor, like, right? Whoa, what is going on? What the fuck?
you're fine, Gamzee. You're normal.
No, I'm hearing myself through my headphones.
Ew.
This is
That's weird.
That's
weird.
weird.
Do you have the stream playing?
no.
Yes.
Like it is no delay, zero delay. Directly as I'm saying the words, I'm hearing them.
Could it be your voice mod app?
No, I don't have that active. That I stopped letting that update months ago.
Right?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
What is going on?
So, as I go through my spells, the more and more I realize the ones I use on a regular basis do not require reagents, though I think I may grab a component pouch just to be safe.
You don't need a component pouch if you have a holy symbol.
Right.
The only thing you need is stuff that has a price on it.
Valid. So here's a dumb question for you. I do not know if I'll ever need this spell, but ceremony requires powdered silver. If Lash were to buy a mortar and pestle, would like a small mortar and pestle, one of the bowl things, would Lash be strong enough to powder silver, or no?
Silver is a softer metal, I believe.
Like, okay, I don't think it's a question of could you. I think it's a question of how long would it take, and that's where I'm stuck.
I feel like the way you would do powdered metal is shavings.
Yes.
Not crushing.
I feel like your best bet might be to go back to the alchemist and ask to borrow her micrograde.
More to the point, I feel like powdered metal is the result of an acid bath. Like, I think it's a chemical thing.
Gotcha.
Excuse
so
me.
I don't really think Lash might need anything from here on second thought.
Okay.
Oh.
You probably see Keelio, Runyak, and Firga coming through the market. Excuse me, through the market.
Yeah, then she'll go greet them. She said she can't help us, said she's too old for it.
Of course she bloody is.
We got
That's
some
fine.
supplies, but the exasperating gnome wasn't much help beyond that.
I think I could fit the torpor things in my haversack.
Did you?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's a
I know.
No, not the fire sand. The
torpor thing. I thought you said 12 keg thing. That's where I was confused.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you did, I didn't hear it because last I knew, Firga was carrying them.
I believe it would be very smart to not carry torpor bombs down the street.
You know what? That's fair.
Nah, it's okay. Carry the coconuts down the street. See what people say.
I got a lovely bunch of coconut. Anyway.
That reminds me. We're gonna need to head back there with some extra bulk.
Okay.
With
We're
that.
gonna need Dawn's help, and also we found sand.
And we'll also need to.
Lash, make an insight check.
Right, and we'll also need to distribute these. Holds up the box.
Okay, yeah, we found sand. Oh.
But we're miles away from a beach. Why would you? Oh.
Yeah.
Perfect. We're going to need it. I'm also going to run you through how we do things.
That would be great. We have a map of the tunnels, and we have means to communicate with each other.
Opens box.
Lash's face can't be seen, but just beat a map of the tunnels.
By the way, sorry.
Hmm?
Those earrings do not require attunement.
Sweet.
Ooh, nice.
Fuck it.
Nice.
There's only 4 of them, so we're gonna have to split up into groups. If we get split up, people that don't have one stay with someone who does.
Nods.
Firga's already putting one on.
I'm thinking if it's scouting, I'm willing to go with you. So only one of us would need one.
Nods.
If I may make a note as a GM.
Uh-huh.
You should trade them off as needed as situations arise, but the people with a habit of going away from the group should have one permanently.
So, Kilio.
And Lash.
And
Yeah.
Lash. So, that's fair.
And also, the people who stay in one place should consider having one permanently as well. So, like Dawn,
And
Dawn,
so we have
Dawn
one.
tends to be the rally point.
Mhm. And so one to float around between Firga, Runyak, and
I would say 2 to float around between Irithyr, Runyak, and Firga and Lash.
Gotcha.
That's just my recommendation.
That's a really good recommendation.
Yeah.
And that way, you always have a rally point, and you always have contact with your scout.
Nods.
But then that also
On the
means
one-
that, like, if somebody is going off scouting with Keelio, you don't need another headpiece.
Right.
Yeah.
So, just for the record, who has one right now?
No, you have 4 right now.
You have 4.
And then I said I'm passing them out.
Yeah, but, you didn't say to who!
Let me rephrase. She's going to ask who wants one right now.
There you go. Well, Dawn and Runyak are not here currently, so...
I will
So,
take one.
saving one for Dawn.
I move quite a bit. I tend to stray a lot.
Right. It would be good to have communications with the scout.
And
Your
as for
gauntlet
Lash,
Sorry, scout, not you.
For now, I would like to have one.
mode.
I
At
yes.
least-
Sending works by if you're on the same plane as someone you can send to them.
No.
Even if they're on a separate plane, it works with a 5% chance of failure.
Gotcha.
However, the earrings do not require attunement. They do require a free hand and a concentration check.
Interesting.
Keep that in mind. There's a couple of other things about them, but you guys haven't read the user manual yet, so...
Alright. And you fit it in how?
You don't fit it in. You clip it to the top of your ear, and the crystal hangs down over your ear.
Gilio didn't really get that. So we're asking the artificer.
Yeah, Firga's like putting it on, and she'll show you how.
A little uncomfortable, but I can bear it.
I mean, it's better than a needle through your ear.
Yeah.
Guy.
Hey, would you rather have a piercing?
You hear Firga's voice twice.
Ah! That is disorienting.
Firga, you hear Keelio's voice twice.
Hey, a little bit. It's like there's 2 of you.
Gilio takes
Why
it
don't
off
I
and
take a look at one?
I think it's best to keep this in my pocket unless I'm going scouting.
Hey, but what if there's an emergency?
Well, it sounds like we currently have one. However, I'm not going to listen to you twice.
At least for this operation, I would like to keep track of one of these.
You said passes it to Lash. Yeah, out of character, you said something about the user's manual kit.
Yeah. Underneath the cushion that the 4 crystals were on, there's a scroll.
I'm gonna start skimming it to see if there's a way to turn on push to talk.
Okay, so it's written in 3 languages.
Okay.
It's written in English, Gnomish, and Elvish.
First is written in Elvish. The
That's
bastard.
written
Sorry,
in
I'm
Elvish.
assuming you... Do you mean common or literally English?
Oh yeah, common, sorry.
Okay.
It's written in English, so you can't read it.
It's written in common, Gnomish, and Elvish. I apologize.
Cool. I
And-
just wanted to make sure you weren't throwing us a fastball
At
because...
the very top,
gnome.
it lists like all the choking hazards, and you shouldn't use this in other countries, blah blah blah. Right?
Right.
More
uh,
legalese.
A lot of legalese at the beginning. Yep. And then there's a pictogram diagram of how to put it on,
Okay.
which for some reason has 12 pictures.
Okay.
There's a section that's just like, do not use if you're allergic to blah. Do not use if you're pregnant or trying to become pregnant. Do not use it, like all of this stuff. Keep out of reach of children above the age of 10, or below the age of 10 rather. Like, do not submerge fully in water. Do not pass.
Sorry. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Do not pass go and collect $200.
Do not pass electricity through the device. Do not be near like areas of like magical thunder. Do not use within X proximity of one another. Do not like all of this stuff.
Oh my god. What is going on?
That second to last point sounded like foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
What is that distance to say not to use it within?
8 inches.
Are we standing within 8 inches of each other?
Fuck no, you're not standing within 8 inches of each other.
I'm just saying, with the streets this crowded, we might be.
No.
Okay.
And then you can like biometrically set them.
As in, like, fingerprint lock, or?
Yes.
Oh.
But that is the equivalent of attuning to it. It doesn't count against your attunement, but if you attune to it, it will only work for you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And lastly, there is a push to talk function.
Cool. I'm gonna see if I can turn that on.
You have to physically touch the crystal to do that.
Okay.
But you can set that up for your guys. No big deal.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that and then show them how to do it, and then how to turn it off again if you want to just be on speaker.
I'm just imagining the
Noted.
link pearls from.
Oh, wait.
That's
so if it's on-
basically yes. That's basically what it is.
So if it's on speaker, we don't need a hand free.
Correct.
Man.
Okay.
Why are you doing? I'm gonna have a.
Like I said, the difference between
Try restarting your Discord, Gamzee.
the difference between push to talk on Discord and
Because there's zero delay. It is 100% as I speak. I hear myself.
Restart your computer.
That'll take forever. I might as well. I'll be back.
Before
Okay.
you go, is Dawn gonna come with us to come get the fire sand?
He's not gonna be gone that long.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be right back.
So, what was your question, Firka?
I was just comparing it to push to talk versus audio detection on Discord.
Yes. However, there was not a noise gate, so
That might be why you're not supposed to get them close to each other. Feedback.
and then at the bottom it's like patent pending Iron Bottom Industries. It's got a bunch of like magical writing on it that you can't decipher.
Cool. So yeah.
Irithair,
Yes.
can you tell if he actually made these or if someone else made them? I highly doubt he made them.
Can I identify the maker?
Make an appraiser's tools check with your wisdom.
Okay, give me a second.
Like any signs of a maker's mark that's been like buffed out.
I hope to God you fail this, because it's going to be hilarious. Warbanner, please.
Getting to it.
Thank you. So out of 15, you pull out your appraiser's tools, you look at one of these things, and yeah, you see basically his face in microscopic on one of the facets of the gem.
Oh yes, he made them all right.
Oh, there is one last thing. Holds up the goggles. These can either help people see in the dark, or they can help people see in the light if they're not used to it.
That could be useful.
By the way, they're called goggles of visual neutrality.
Visual neutrality, thank you.
But most of us can see in the dark. Except for maybe Runyak and Dawn. And we're gonna be fighting...
Likely be fighting in the dark, so.
Aye. What's stopping us from putting torches in the entirety of the tunnels?
The availability of torches.
Also
What'd you
accidentally.
say?
The availability of torches.
Also accidentally blowing our kegs before they're ready.
What if
Yeah.
we just take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else?
That was the first idea, and you told us we couldn't evacuate them fast enough.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
I mean,
word
yes,
for word, you
it would
did.
not work, but that doesn't change the fact that let's just take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
That sounds like another orc tribe solution, not a dark driver tribe solution.
I mean, fair.
But that is right. But that is a point. If we want to try and flood the tunnels with light, in the very least, they'd have a harder time sneaking up on us.
Aye, but it's not like they have trouble seeing the light.
Sunlight, but not
I
torchlight.
need to get Glyph of Warding added to my spell list.
How does sunlight sensitivity work out of character?
It depends on the creature.
Hey, but wasn't Earth here talking about how they were all skulking about in his vision?
I thought it was like an assault raid, not so much skulking about.
It was.
Let me rephrase it. Never mind. Maybe I'm just misremembering it.
For poetic flavor of his vision, I said they were staying out of the firelight, that the fires were raging all around them, but that's
Gotcha.
largely because it's fucking fire!
Okay. Then I misunderstood.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, they're orcs. They're gonna skulk around away from the light. That's true. But also, they're orcs.
Wouldn't hurt.
Would Lash know what the spell daylight is or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Things like the spell daylight would be most effective, but if we were to cast that in a tunnel, I'd be blinded as well.
Not with
Not with these.
Not with what?
Holds up goggles.
Takes a look at him.
They are goggles of, like, that they have, like, smoky lenses.
I can't really put these on now. I'll try them on later.
Hey.
And she'll hand them back to Firga.
Like I said, they can help people see in the light if they're not used to it.
Nods.
Changing my mind to sit in, my name to sit in Gamzee's spot for a moment
Okay,
for overlay purposes.
thank you.
Right. Should we go find the others, or should we jump right to scouting out the tunnels? We've got a map.
A map of the
I mean,
Town's
Renyak probably
mine.
walks up about this point with his giant bag of grain.
True.
What was that about scouting the tunnels?
a map of the tunnels of the town's quarry.
Which is, like,
Or
right
did-
over there. You all can see it.
Yeah. Or did that gnome claim he could properly map the Underdark?
Funnily enough...
Funnily enough, we have a map of the. He said Underdark Bleed?
Hey,
Will Ash know that's actually a little more helpful or not?
Yeah.
Okay, consider me impressed.
the tunnels, the bleed, and the town itself, if I remember right. And she's just, like, turning over the cube in her hand.
It's-
I mean, you looked at 3 faces of the cube.
Right?
Lash will, like, hold her gauntlet out for the cube out of curiosity.
We need a source of light.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Awesome. So that did take care of it, it seems.
Hooray.
Okay.
Back to your spot,
So-
Nightfall.
Yay, I'm gonna go back to the bottom where I belong.
Lash will, like, hold her hand out for the cube, like, map out of curiosity.
Go. And she'll pass it to her.
It's not. You can't do anything with it without a source of light.
Irithyr will like take a coin and cast light on it
Okay.
to show the Lash how it works.
Yeah, like Lash will put it under the
So
coin.
it's a little like sapphire cube about the size of a sugar cube. And you put the coin on top of it, and it projects through it. And let's see what face it's on, because you guys didn't specify. You see a map of like purple tunnels.
Sorry, I'm blanking. What's the name of this town?
Hundlestone.
Hundlestone, thank you.
If you... Keely's gonna reach out and, like, manipulate it. If Lash will let her.
Yeah, she will.
If you turn it, it'll show different maps. And she's gonna try and turn it to the one of the city, then to the one of the tunnels.
Yep.
I guess I'm gonna try a different face of it.
Okay.
Impressive.
So the next phase is more purple tunnels in a different configuration.
And
impressive.
The next one.
It appears to be a map of a forest.
Interesting.
Forest. Any like labelings on here?
Yes.
Which forest is this?
Do you speak Sylvan or Gnomish?
I
do
speak
not.
both.
You speak both?
I do.
This forest is labeled Zangar, which means mushroom.
Mushroom forest. That's interesting.
Yeah, Keely goes, it says mushroom there. It might be... Wait. It might be... Is there such a thing as mushroom forests?
Lash, no check required. Yes, deep.
Like, yeah, no. Lash makes a noise like, yes, those exist, and they are down deep. Where is this gnome?
I feel like introductions are in order.
You want to look at the last phase, Keelio?
I do.
I figured you might. The last phase is a holographic rendering of a cube. And that cube seems to be made of copper, and each face of that cube has, like, roadways carved through it, and it just says, in, like, translated from Gnomish, it says, Plane of Order.
We shouldn't touch that.
What is this?
I feel like some kind of check is required here by the magic bullshit person.
Yeah, like...
Does the magic bullshit person speak Gnomish?
No, I do not.
Then you cannot read what that says.
It says... Plane of Order?
Now you can make an Arcana check. You have 2 questions about the Plane of Order. Good luck.
Oh boy. Oh jeez. I'd mainly like general information about it.
Okay.
Real quick before you answer the questions. Would the war banner help get extra?
Valid. Roll that banner. By the way, it goes without saying, but Lash, you choose to add the war banner to any of these checks. If they ever go counter to Lash's own desires, the war banner doesn't apply.
I gotcha.
Okay, good news. Make that 4 questions.
You're welcome.
Neat.
Nice.
God, I'm not sure where to start though.
Luckily, you have a party here.
Yeah.
Okay.
A good place to start is what is it?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's the
Basically,
Plane of Order.
The elemental plane of order is...
I'm sorry, did you say elemental plane?
I did.
That means it's a primordial state.
It is a primordial stage of order. It's, in simplest terms, it's a giant factory, but that's not really true. It's nothing is random. Everything is part of a grand design. It abhors chaos, and that includes things like free will. So lots of modrons, lots of constructs, assembled and disassembled, and ongoing various tasks ad nauseum. It's also a giant junkyard, because when stuff breaks down and it doesn't continue its order, because there's no observances, because there's no free thought, there's no chaos, it just sits there. It breaks down, that's the end of it.
It outlived its usefulness.
Yes. It is basically the copied city from Nier Automata meets, I'm trying to think, meets, anything from System Shock meets, the Iron Giant, basically.
Oh. I see.
My question is, why would this cube have a marking?
That is a very good question.
Why it would have a marking of the plane of order?
He did say there were some very useful portals in there.
Yeah.
Hell, he might have even gotten the shield in the tunnels. He said portals, not just Underdark Blade.
Correct.
Moreover, the Underdark connects to everything, if I remember right.
The Underdark touches every other plane, inner, outer, and core.
Yep.
So if you want to get somewhere specific, Underdark is one way to get there.
I mean,
He might have gotten
Stupid.
it is one of the easiest and one of the least efficient ways, but yes.
There are actually
We'll get there.
there are actually notes in lore that state that if you can reach a level of the divine, you can access portions of the Underdark that touch the Underdark of other spheres.
Yes.
Which is other multiverses.
Yes, it's true.
Which is an utterly horrifying concept, because that means you can not only traverse dimensions, inner, outer, and singular through the Underdark. If you have the powers of God, you can plane shift across multiverses.
Yeah.
Of course, that requires you to bypass the sights of the Allfather.
Still, we're getting bogged down on the point.
Yeah.
Well, you answered my second question, which was going to be what sort of denizens are there.
Well, then you get a free question.
Yeah. So instead, I'll ask: is it habitable for most organic folk? Like, can you go there and not just die a
100%
horrible
no,
death?
you will be attacked. It abhors chaos and free will.
Right.
Like, the aura of the plane will reject you.
So I can't help but wonder if he sends his
Shield Guardian.
Shield Guardian in to act as his agent.
In terms of what is safer for you to traverse as a PC, in terms of just the aura of the plane, the plane of chaos is safer than the plane of order.
That probably doesn't say much, though.
No, but technically.
Two more questions, I
Correct.
believe. What can be found there that's useful?
I can't answer that, because the short answer is
What can't you
inspiration,
find?
creation. Like, the elemental plane of order is basically the elemental plane of creation. Like, it's
A dumb question, but I want to know the answer.
to put it in extremely simplistic terms, the elemental plane of order is Moradin's vault.
Yeah, okay.
If you want it, it's yours, my friend.
You permission to the plane of order.
As long as you can get in and survive, it can be yours.
Yes.
Which, long and short, good fucking luck, buddy.
Yeah, no, really,
That is a schmuck's mission.
Okay then.
Like that's paramount to going to like Avernus.
It's just gonna dump all over the nightlights, huh?
Basically.
Hmm.
You got one more question. Make it good.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Again, you have a party.
I mean, you could ask like what planar bleed of that plane means, if anything. Or
I
how
will
does it
answer. I will answer that question for
the
free. The
material
plane
plane?
of order does not bleed.
Oh, so
Yeah.
this must be something purposefully brought or stolen.
Like the Underdark will bleed into the plane of order, but the plane of order will not bleed into the Underdark. It's one of the only planes that won't bleed.
The plane of order probably also rejects the Underdark.
It can't.
Underdark is a force of
Like
Let me in.
Like to put it completely bluntly, the most powerful plane is the Underdark.
yeah. Like
Really? I thought I'll ask this off stream.
No, go ahead. What?
I thought that might be the Far Realms.
No.
no.
In terms of like if you put two planes in a blender, which one is going to dominate? It's the Underdark for all of them because of the nature of the Underdark.
Sure.
Which is
It's
I'm
a planar
everywhere.
kudzu.
Sure, out there in the far realms is the home planet of the Tarask, but like
The Underdark still touches it.
The Underdark still touches it. The Underdark still reaches the far lands. It's a completely understandable misconception unless you have more information about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A lot of people are like, "Oh, the Underdark. You mean the like deep underground thing?" Yes, and then you say the word "the Underdark touches every plane," and semi-veteran D&D players go, "Oh." Like,
No one is ever ready for that.
no. But also, like, it is significant to say the plane of order doesn't bleed. That's like a big thing.
Because bleeding would be chaotic. The very nature of its existence would reject such a fact.
Funnily enough, it also rejects portals, like to other places.
Huh.
Like a rift to like the Shadowfell opens and the plane of order is like, no. Like,
Be gone,
try.
thought.
Basically, okay, your portal exists. It's arcane locked permanently.
yeah, basically.
You can go in, but good luck getting out.
You could go into the blender.
So you got one more
But you're
question
gonna
there.
get blended.
If anybody has another question, you do have one more.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion.
Shoot.
Does this particular cube of the order plane look like anywhere specific, or is it just random tunnels in the plane?
Yeah, I guess. Is this a map of the entire plane
No.
or a specific section of it?
It's like, yeah, it's just like one section, one island, for want of a better word.
Uh-huh.
You don't know the significance of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what you got.
Alright. That's weird.
Hmm.
Nothing, just looking at this thing, it looks like a logo. Kinda.
No, it's very clearly a three-dimensional map.
Oh, okay.
Like, take a Borg ship and then turn that Borg ship into an ant farm. That's basically what this looks like.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Wait, a Borg ship is a 3D ant farm.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, fair dues.
Except make it out of, like, copper.
Simply create a Borg
guessing-
ship out of an inferior metal.
Right?
So we have two options. We could go and see this gnome, or we can go scout the tunnels. I'm all for some scouting.
Just
The gnome's insufferable.
I agree. Not only that, but also because we have a time limit.
We're gonna need to pick up that fire sand.
Yeah, Dawn.
That's true.
Irithir Fear could lead there.
A note about that. Dawn was still talking shop with that man's.
Oh,
What man?
The guy that sells the medical stuff.
Oh, I thought you were just getting healer's kits.
Nah, man, he found a man of his profession. He's talking shop.
Okay, so you don't want to be in this scene, is what I'm hearing?
I mean, it makes sense.
Also makes sense for Dawn to see all of the other group talking and be like, I'll be back.
This is true.
I'll be back after I save your ass.
Yeah, right? Like, I didn't say this man was Brotherhood.
No.
So anyway, no.
Never mind. Yeah.
Either Virgo or Irithir. I doubt Irithir wants to deal with the gnome for another second. Could lead you to the workshop. There's kegs of fire sand.
Hey. I could if no one else wants to.
Oh my god, Windows, leave me alone.
Yeah.
I would like to be part of the scouting of the Underdark.
I would like you to show me what you know,
Nods.
so I can be helpful.
Lash will nod.
Depending
explain to all
on
of
what
you,
happens,
but-
we might need to go a little long tonight. Is that good?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I would appreciate Irithir's presence, but I do not mind it just being myself and Firga.
Oh, I'll go.
So Kilio and Lash are going into the tunnels. Firga, Irithir, and Dawn are going back to Iron Bottom Industries. Runyak, where are you going?
I think Runyak is gonna go take the sack of feed out to their campsite.
Cool. So I think we're going to stay with Runyak.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And so Runyak, you make your way out of the town,
Mm-hmm.
and you find it's not so much a campsite as where you dropped your ish.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's the pot of Kilio's stew and the wolves.
There's a pot of carbonized substance.
Yeah, it probably went bad.
A lot of acrid smoke. Somebody has dumped, like, ash on the fire to put it out, make it stop smoking. And the animals are just, like, observing you when you walk up. Except for Trevar, who comes forward.
Yeah, and he'll give Trevar a pat.
Okay.
And you know what?
Yeah?
Nightfall's gotten to do this. I haven't had a chance to yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You're gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Yeah.
You do it as a ritual, don't you?
Yes, this is a ritual.
Yes.
So the animals don't know what you're doing, so per usual, they're not gonna speak until you do.
I think the ritual subsides.
Yeah, what's it look like?
He sets up a couple things of like incense.
Yeah.
And sort of opens up his book and just starts murmuring to himself, and then afterwards he's shrouded by an emerald aura.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Cookie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were gonna dive more into the tree of life shtick with this, and I'm a little.
I thought he was gonna get his head and ears and helmet overlaid with like the like life spirit stag.
Actually, that is a lot better idea. I'm going with
I
that.
was
Okay.
honestly expecting like the smoke of the incense to turn like a green, encase him like a seed, and break away,
Also
making
good.
a stag head.
Also
I will be
good.
using that for a different spell. Thank you very much.
so,
There it is.
so you cast it, but none of the animals say anything because they don't know what you did.
Okay. I think I did this right.
Actually, that's not entirely true. You heard a baying dog while you were casting the spell, and when you finish it, you realize that it's two dogs, and it's that meme of the dude on the island. Fuck you, Tony.
You can't say that. You can't say that to someone you don't know. What's your name? Tony. Fuck you, Tony. No, fuck you.
Ronyak just gets this
So
look
like you finish casting the spell and you just hear "Fuck you, Ezekiel." Anyway, so yeah.
I honestly didn't expect that to work. Looks over at the wolves. Can you all understand me?
Yes.
I was really hoping Buttercup was gonna go, nope.
Who the fuck is Buttercup?
That's not the name. I'm going home.
There is nobody in this scene named Buttercup.
What? I eat popcorn.
Buttercup is the one that yelled "Fuck you, Ezekiel."
A picture of a ram appeared in my mind as I was going to say it, and the little back of my head went.
Clearly, Buttercup. Clearly, Gamzee wants buttered popcorn.
Did you mean popcorn?
Ram on the butter.
Did you mean popcorn?
Yeah.
He's not looking at popcorn. He's looking at the wolves. So Oris just goes, "Yes."
This is very surreal.
What?
This is very surreal.
Popcorn goes, what's surreal? Does it taste good? Can I eat it?
Who's surreal? Is he a knight?
Popcorn doesn't know what a knight is.
That's fair.
Is he a friend?
Poor fucking popcorn.
This is the same way your partner communicates with you, isn't it?
Partner?
I'll be right back.
The Wolfwalker.
Little sister.
Yes.
Yeah, that thing.
And what do we call you?
Well, there's my actual name, or there's what people in my home would call me. Which would you prefer?
Do you all have names?
What do you mean, you all?
I think Layla, the gray one, like stands up and like shakes some dirt off of her fur, and she says, "There's little sister, and there's the two in iron, you, the one that cause storms, and the big one."
Yes, we all have names. The smaller one in iron is known as Firga. The taller one, Lash.
What's she afraid of?
I honestly
Frighteningly
don't know.
nothing.
Her name is Fear. What's she afraid of?
I like that.
It's dwarf name.
Gamzee, I appreciate the commentary, but you're louder than Cookie. Like, come on, man.
Oh no, I'm not muted?
No.
I thought I hit my the hotkey doesn't work. I forgot that.
Well done.
For fuck's sake, you've not been muted at all tonight, friend.
Excuse me if I go have an existential crisis.
Yeah, you haven't been muted ever.
Oh no.
You weren't muted for cough either.
Oh no.
Fuck's sake.
Oh no.
So,
You're still not muted.
you're
friend.
still
Yes,
not
I
muted,
know.
by the way.
I know. I haven't. I didn't press buttons. I'm giving up. Keeping my jokes to myself.
DA.
What?
DA.
So anyway,
It's a dwarven name. I don't
Orcish.
remember she's afraid of anything.
Oh, never mind.
But the taller one in armor is Lash.
that makes sense. She hits things.
Aye. The
She?
storm.
Smells like she.
Yes. The Stormbringer is, well, it's hard to pronounce his name normally, so you can call him Elf.
I think all three wolves make like a sound.
And the largest of us is Dawn.
I think all three of the wolves look up when you say that, and then look back at you.
Yes, like that, but that's his name.
What do they call you?
And they call me Runyak.
Layla has like walked behind you at this point, if you let her,
Yeah.
and she's like, you hear a sniff against the side of your helmet. You don't smell like a yak.
I would hope not. It might smell like a goat with how much we've been around that one.
Hi there.
Right. Animals. All animals.
I'm Popcorn. I think.
I believe that's what Virgo calls you.
What's
So
Popcorn?
that is...
Trick question,
Whatever.
me. Jumps in a circle.
I love Popcorn. He's such a good boy.
Did Brick question
When
me?
did popcorn?
Fucking
when-
best.
When did popcorn get clever enough to make these jokes?
It's not clever! It's not fucking clever! And also, he's been sitting with the bird all day. What do you expect?
You know what? Oh my god.
He's gonna learn by
Oh
osmosis. It's gonna
my
be great.
god.
He's gonna
Oh
learn
my
by osmosis. He's gonna say words he doesn't know and sound smarter than he actually is.
A bird is gonna teach him to cuss.
Let
Start using
popcorn,
gamer words.
let popcorn say fuck.
Hashtag let popcorn say fuck. Anyway.
The bird's not gonna teach him curse words. The bird's gonna take Kit's root and teach him interesting words.
Yes.
Popcorn's gonna pop.
Boo.
You can talk. Could you always talk? Trevar, your human can talk!
Hey,
Mind you, Popcorn is not small. Popcorn is like almost as big as Trevar. Just like bounces up to you and almost headbutts you, and then realizes that he almost headbutts you and backs up and slides in the snow and falls on his butt.
Purest a big ass goat I have ever seen.
Runyak will stand up, walk over to Popcorn, and give him some pats.
What's in your bag? It smells like food. Did you bring me food?
I brought a good lot of food. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Then how
Don't
about I
let him
get
fool you,
some-
he's always hungry.
Would you like to voice Mevu? Make this a little bit easier for me.
I could. He's always hungry.
I have no doubts of that, but
We can hunt. Can we hunt? It's
Sure.
loud here.
before
It's
you
ve-
do, I
It's
have
very
one.
loud. Where's little sister?
She's with the others. We're dealing with a problem in the town.
There was What was it, Layla? orc?
An orc.
It spoke to the tall one.
Where?
Layla looks off to the side.
Look over in that direction.
You don't see anything.
Oh, they're still there.
No.
They ran off. It's hard to track a scent here.
I could imagine.
We were told to stay. Watch the tent.
Well,
We need
I'm alone.
food.
then by all means, hunt. I can stay here for a while. Before you go, though, I have a question.
Hmm.
You asked what our names are. What might yours be?
Orith.
Mabel.
Layla.
I'm Popcorn.
Yes, Popcorn, I know. And Trivar, and what of the bird?
All
was
of the
gonna
wolves
say.
groan.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. So, Fader, what is the full name of the bird?
Oh boy. It's not that long. It's not as long as like Earther's title.
It's
Like,
longer.
It is, however, impossible to pronounce.
I mean, no, it is.
Only
It is.
two paragraphs.
It is absolutely longer than Erether's, but Erether doesn't know his full name.
oh my.
I think
What
only
with
the
this
bird knows his full
prissy-
name because no one can remember it.
What is this prissy as fuck bird's name?
what
Erether's name for him is Amalo.
Amaril?
AMA''LO.
Amalo. Okay. Do you speak Elvish, Runyak?
Absolutely not.
Cool. You just hear about a 30-second long string of Elvish from the bird. And then it looks at you like, you better fucking remember all that.
And
Bird.
he just looks at the bird confused and then turns back to the wolves.
We can't
Oh,
eat him.
One of the wolves go quiet, bird.
I'm sorry, I was very much expecting Runyet to go. That's a very nice name.
Designation. Bird.
Designation bird. Designation elf bird.
No, Gamze, you're right. That would be interesting. However, the bird spoke in a language Runyak doesn't understand, so he doesn't know what he said.
Quiet bird.
Thank you. And then you hear an elven tirade.
No,
Again.
you don't hear an elven tirade. The bird like starts to say something, and Orth just stands up, and the bird pretends to go to sleep under its wing. We can't eat it. Can we eat it?
No,
Why?
not yet. He's needed,
Why?
because the elf would be insufferable if we didn't.
The elf is worse than the bird.
So Layla behind you, she's like sitting in the road. She says, "The elf does to you what the bird does to us."
I can only imagine.
Can we eat him?
No.
Why?
Do you want to eat an elf?
I'm hungry. Yes.
You can't eat an elf, but you can eat whatever you find.
I found the bird.
Immediately looks at one of the yapping dogs a couple tents down.
Wild game.
What?
Anything that is in the vicinity of this town, in this campsite, is not edible.
So we need to hunt.
Aye.
Are we bringing green meat?
If you find some, yes, although it's not quite necessary.
Nick goes over, picks up one of the baskets.
How much longer will we be staying here? How much longer will we be staying here?
I Honestly, don't know.
I'm sorry, but it's not important. If you insist, I think Orith wants the opportunity to try again.
Probably.
We
Layla
give
goes
the-
over and like starts to pick up a basket, and she says, "Are we needed?"
I don't believe so.
Picks up the basket, like, nods. Mevu goes over, picks up a basket. I think the three wolves like jump over the tent. Somebody screams, they jump again, and they run off into the snow.
Yeah.
I'm still here. Am I going with them?
No, Popcorn, you're staying here with me.
Oh. No, wait. The wolves said they said guard duty.
Yes, Popcorn, I need you to be the best guard this campsite has ever had.
I'll bite them.
Oh no!
I'll bite him. Popcorn, you have horns. I'll hit him.
Now, Popcorn, you do know who to bite and who not to bite, right?
Everyone.
No.
Love him so much.
He is the purest.
I will help you with guard duty, and if I say that person needs to be bite, then what should you do?
Lower my head and hit them with my face.
Yes.
I need a pointy stick.
Why?
Guards have pointy sticks.
He's got you there.
He's got you there.
Like,
Just
he
tie
looks
one to
over
his
at the
horn.
wall and you see the pikemen.
Just tell him you already have pointy sticks. They're on your head.
But Popcorn, you have better than pointy sticks.
Better?
Yes. You have your horns.
I have what are horns?
You know when you bash your face into someone? but
Yeah, they
don't-
fall down.
Yes, but sometimes they don't quite hit your face.
No, they hit my face.
Stand up, go and touch Popcorn's horns.
He doesn't react.
Jostle them a little bit.
Oh, what are you doing? How are you doing that? Are you magic?
Well, yes, but you're magic too, Popcorn.
I'm magic?
Yes. It's on top of your
You
head.
see him like spin around to the yapping dog, splay his front legs in the sand, and just like concentrate real hard and nothing happens?
Trying to make the dog shut up. What is the dog saying now?
The dogs are still going back and forth, just fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Well, I fucked your mother.
No, it's not any more creative than just fuck you. Just infinitely
It's
for
just-
fuck you.
It's just whatever they heard their owner saying.
Yes.
No, Popcorn.
Somehow.
So you say no, Popcorn's going, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. It's not working.
Popcorn, that's murder.
No, Popcorn. Your magic is on your head.
I have. Get it off! Get it off! Get it! He like jumps in a circle.
Oh my god, this is like the SpongeBob.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god, that's like the SpongeBob.
Oh,
Magic.
yes,
That checks
fucking
out.
perfect. Fucking. So you're like, no, Popcorn's like, you just get smashed with the side of this goat horn. You go down. There's a dent in your armor.
Ow.
Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Get off! Trevar, get it off!
Nope.
God, now we're suddenly gonna find out that for some reason Popcorn has the secret powers of wild magic.
I just figured out something.
One.
The bird is voiced by the actor who voiced Zazu.
Yeah.
Popcorn, no, it's good magic.
Good magic?
Yes.
Like food magic. Food. You have any food? I'm hungry.
When did you eat last popcorn?
3 weeks ago.
Long enough that you should give me food.
Treva?
So I think Trevar... What is Trevar's intelligence 2?
Whatever a... Is he a draft? No, whatever a warhorse's intelligence is.
It's like 2, I think. They're relatively smart. So Trevar says, like, not since sleep.
So it's been a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just a little bit of shrug and go over to the bag of grain and start getting...
So you open the bag of grain and you hear in common, "Don't show them where the food is."
I did not ask you input, bird.
His stomach would fall out. I've seen it, human. I am trying to save you a headache later, and myself the stench.
Well, your compatriot already gives me a decent enough headache.
Yes. Trevar is insufferable.
Love the implication that Trevor is somehow more annoying than the elf. Oh,
But he's such a great conversation partner.
Yeah.
that's what probably annoys the bird the most.
No, I mean the elf.
I know, but good help is so hard to find these days.
I'm sure what you gave me earlier is your full title, but is there something I may call you other than that? I do not understand.
Sir. Your lordship, perhaps.
Sir Bird, got it.
Acceptable.
At least Runyak asked a name.
Well,
If you are doling out rations, I would not be remiss.
then by all means I will include you, Sir Bird. And yeah, he'll start doling out 3 rations worth.
Yeah. Do you hide the bag from Popcorn?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you dole out the rations. Do you put them on the ground or do you put them in receptacles? Like, I assume Trevar has a feed bag, but what about the other 2?
That's a good question. Trevor has a feed bag, absolutely. I think
It might make more sense to just do what the respective characters do.
yeah, I mean, if he's able to.
I'm asking because if you put food in a dish for the bird, he's gonna pick it up and walk away.
Like the entire dish.
Yeah. He's not gonna go far, he's just gonna go, like...
Off to do his thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Enjoy his meal in peace.
And then Popcorn is, like, you're just gonna hear obnoxious eating noises.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you do for popcorn.
Yeah, like, I will say, like, it's the noise Gracie made, and then, oh, right, thank you, and then that again.
Yeah, he'll put it in dishes or.
Okay, then yeah,
platters or
the
whatever.
bird will pick his up delicately and like walk away. He'll like set it down, pause, walk back over. Given the circumstances, pickings are scarce. You have my gratitude. And then he goes back to eat.
You have an elven bird's gratitude. How do you feel?
Feels weird, but in a good way.
So meanwhile,
Aww.
Dawn, Firka, and Irithir going back to the bullshit.
An elf, a dwarf, and a Tor walk into a bullshit.
Yes. So Dawn, the elf and the dwarf lead you to a repurposed stone watchtower with multicolored smoke coming out of the roof.
Oh fuck. I don't think Dawn can fit in this building.
What do you do?
It's fine, we can probably roll the casks out to him.
What do you do, friends?
Probably knock on the door.
You're muted, Gamzee, by the way. See, you knock on the door, clang, clang, clang. You had better have my delivery. Door opens.
Actually, we're here to pick something up.
Right, I was wondering if you were going to come back for that. I was secretly hoping that you weren't. Come in. Oh, me, that is a minotaur.
I'm sorry, did he just say, oh my me?
Yes.
Yes.
This is a hell of a self-centered goblin.
He's not a goblin!
Gnome. I'm sorry.
Okay, hi. Hello.
I don't
Apologies.
He's a
care.
gremlin, not a goblin.
I don't
Valid.
care if he's a gnome or not, he's a goblin.
Hello. Apologies. I was speaking with my father.
No worries.
Because you can count higher than 20.
I am a minotaur, yes.
There's
Like-
nothing mini about him.
Like, pushes his goggles up, adjusts his apron. Please, come in. Allow me to show you my workspace.
You're an artificer?
I am an inventor, a chemist, a mathematician, a theoretical physicist, a practical physicist. I have several degrees from various institutions.
Can you replace my horn?
He turns pink in the face. I believe I could.
Kirigo raises an eyebrow at the sudden pinkness.
I cannot fight using my horns without it. Without both of them.
Oh, the one on your head. Yes, that can also be arranged.
What other
my
horn would I
God.
have?
God.
I knew that's where it was going, and it got me anyway.
What other horn could I possibly have?
We're just going to sidestep that. Come in.
Is that the gnome saying we're gonna sidestep that, or the fox saying we're gonna sidestep that?
That was the gnome.
I've also come to pick up their kegs of
Building materials.
building. I was
Please,
told
please. Oh, you probably can't fit. Hang on. Hits a button on the wall, and like the door frame raises about 10 feet.
Fear gets surprised for just a moment, and then she's like, "Oh wait, it's this guy."
Very inclusive of you.
Please.
This is the first door Dawn has ever walked
Do
through.
you walk in, Dawn?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dawn, you walk past Thwip. Firga and Irithir, you see him take his goggles off, blow on them, wipe them on his shirt, put them back on, and then slick his hair back.
This motherfucker.
Either this man is about to overcharge me like crazy, or he's horny for horns.
I wonder why he's raising demons.
God, I just myself.
Fearga's gonna follow them in.
That's so much worse than I thought it was.
the kegs are ready for distribution. Whenever you would like to have your compatriots take them to their designated location. In the meantime, I can take some measurements for the prosthesis. The temperature in here has raised. Like, whoever's standing beside the gnome, like, the temperature's gone up a bit.
I'm the one who will be carrying the kegs, so we'll go about the measurements first.
Very well. Please, make yourself, let's see here. And he just, like, goes over to, like, where he was working on the crossbow quarrel and just throws everything off of the table.
Oh my god.
Please, have a seat.
Donald, sit down. You're much more. What's the word? I almost said conducive. That's not it.
What?
Accommodating?
Accommodating.
Cordial?
You're much more accommodating than the humans.
Oh, don't I know it. Anyway,
Poor fucking gnome.
Just a moment. I need proper elevation. Yes, elevation. And he, like, goes over to this, like, strap harness and pulls himself up so that he's hanging in the air along a system of pulleys, like, so he can get at your head.
Okay.
How did you manage? This appears to have been... Were you in a fight with a frost giant?
Yes.
Oh my. He, like, drops the magnifying glass he was holding. I see.
It wasn't blown off by a frost giant, though.
It was not removed by the giant, though.
Of course it was. Would you mind to hand me that magnifying device, please?
Picks it up.
Like, Firka picks it up, holds it out to him. Oh, you're still here. Can I help you with something? Otherwise, we're closed. Why not make yourself useful and accommodate the building materials to their designated location?
That's what Donna's... No, what? Never mind. I think she's not gonna, like, up and leave, but she's gonna, like, start rolling the barrels out the door.
Like,
so will help get the barrels out the door.
So this green-haired gnome, like, in, like, laboratory attire, is, like, moving around you on, like, Peter Pan-style pulleys, Dawn, and, like, looking at your horn every which way.
What removed my horn was a piece of firstborn technology going critical.
Terrible substance, that. I certainly have no interest in such things. I'm very sorry about your disfigurement. Perhaps I can help you through this difficult time. Arthur, he's obsessed with firstborn tech. You know this, like...
Yep.
It is none the worse for wear. We are able to make use of my horn ounce by ounce for potions.
Potions? Yes, potions, of course. At any rate, were you thinking of any specific, accessories to go with the prosthesis? Any, implanted devices, perhaps?
I am unfamiliar with with such subjects.
Idea? You could put the sending crystal in there.
I could. That would be convenient.
Those crystals are rather fragile, prone to kinetic shock and discharge. I would not recommend such a thing. I assume you mean to use this as a tool. A tool
Yes.
for fighting, of course, is exactly what I mean when I say that, yes.
Oh my god.
This fucking gnome. This poor gnome.
At any rate, I assume your significant associate is rather distraught at your medical condition, no?
I have yet to take a partner.
You don't say.
This fucking gnome. My god. Oh my god.
I am the leader of my tribe.
I looked at chat. Fucking damn it. I looked at chat. No.
Do not ever look at chat for scenes like this. Just let the comedy happen. Like,
a chieftain, you say? Certainly. I think we can discuss whatever accoutrements you desire. Perhaps over dinner.
Perhaps. We have things to attend to in the mine.
The morning. He like drops the magnifier again. Of course, yes. Certainly. About those ideas. Would you pass me that magnifier?
like fixes his hair again.
Oh my god. No. Oh.
What is this scene?
And fucking Dawn is oblivious to it all.
This is a good time to note Dawn's never been flirted with before.
What was your first clue?
I mean, the funniest part about this is I don't think Taurs pick partners for romance.
They do. They absolutely do.
They just don't take on the role of parentage the same way most other races do. They are community families.
This gnome goes up to his calf. Like, that's what's hilarious about this. Like, do you pass it? Do you pass him the magnifying glass, by the way?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, you pass it back.
Any specific designs or perhaps an internal heat source for those cold winter nights, no?
I have the sword of spring thawing.
Of course you do.
He taps his chest. If you're looking for design details, I would like this.
Like, you point at your chest and the gnome like turns beet red for a second. It's like, what? And then you move the fur aside and you see the runestone, and he drops all of the tools that he's holding now, and like Peter pans over and like takes a good look.
Oh my! The craftsmanship of this is a bit primitive, but the enchantments therein. What? Are you certain that? What am I looking at? I mean, clarification. I am fully aware of what I am looking at, but for the elf in the back of the room, what am I looking at here, chieftain?
Known is. It is a piece of my culture and a piece of another world. It is directing me somewhere.
Do you speak Gnomish?
Me? No.
Does anybody in this room speak Gnomish?
Does the elf?
No.
He mumbles something to himself that none of you understand.
Should have brought Kilio with us.
It directs me to something, and as an item that would be attuned, it does.
I see. Do you have any indication of what this might be?
I do not. But during the attunement, I had a dream where I traversed the center point of the elemental plane of Earth.
I'm something of a planar expedition leader myself.
And
perhaps...
with that, he's swinging to his pack for the paper.
Yes, 100%.
Perhaps we could compare notes sometime. What was your opinion of that dinner?
Meanwhile, Kilio and Lash.
Oh, I hope we have enough time for them to have that dinner before the orcs show up.
I know, right? I also just looked backstage. That emote is perfect.
What helps is I haven't decided anything about Dawn in that regard yet.
Fuck you know. So, Lash and Kilio
Oh my god, Vader.
A sword fit for giants. You what?
Moving on. So fuck's sake. Lash and Keelio.
I did it.
Yeah.
I ruined the show.
You didn't ruin the show. Motherfucker, you didn't do anything. That was all me, first of all, and it wasn't ruined. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
Ha! Lash and Keelio, you're heading from the market to the quarry?
Yeah.
Cool.
From the first, we're gonna like try and stand on the edge, and I'm gonna try and stand on the edge and look down.
Okay.
Are there people in the quarry?
No.
How far away from the edge are people like gathering from the quarry?
There's a fence. There's like a rope fence. People aren't really pathing, and they're not going down the path, the switchback path into the quarry. It's one of those like dirt pits that's like at least a story deep. One of those circular like human things.
Alright.
And there's a big cave on the far side.
Is there only one from here?
There's only one cave from here. You can see the beginnings of a track going into it.
So, how long does light last? Because I would have liked to have kept the
hour?
And we would be going immediately after breaking off.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna shine the light on the diagram of the cave system, the regular cave system. The not cave system, tunnel system.
It appears to be.
Yeah, I mean, with the map cube, so I could see the map again.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's one entrance, and it splits off a multitude of times. Lash? Sebs?
Sebs.
Sebs?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost a Sibs.
I think we lost the Sebs.
Yeah, she's not in the call.
Oh, is she not? Wow, yeah, I just noticed.
No.
Heck,
She's doing a
just left.
typey type backstage, says, I'm gonna hurt someone, I hate the internet.
Oh, welcome back, Sebs.
Welcome back, Sebs.
God. I don't know when I connected, but...
It looks like it splits off into a multitude of tunnels.
Seems about standard.
Real quick, I'm super sorry, but yeah, honestly, I feel you, hon. Lately, the internet is not good.
To be fair, I read somewhere today that like a good chunk of major websites were down for some reason or another. I don't know the details.
Weird.
Anyways.
The problem we have is we can't preemptively bomb the first tunnel because they'll come up from either this hole or they'll come from somewhere else.
You don't really preemptively bomb the Underdark. You find the opening and then you bomb it from there.
How much does it take to bomb a tunnel? We have kegs.
How much would it usually take?
These are dirt tunnels, so not much.
Well, if it's a mining thing, probably not much. Wouldn't take much to cave them. It's just a matter of us getting in and out. Which, usually they only send one of us to do this stuff, maybe two to be safe.
I see.
I'll explain in more detail when we get down there.
Alright. You have your sending earring, and I have mine.
Nods.
Alright, if we get separated, we can use these.
So you're gonna head into the tunnels?
Yes.
Alright.
Last row, unless Kilio objects.
Kilio's gonna go down with her.
Can both of you make a charisma saving throw for me, please?
Got it. Oh, I think I have an ability that can help with this. Aura of Protection. Let me send it, see if it applies.
Ooh.
Whenever a friendly creature within 10 feet of you must make
We
a
also
saving
have
throw,
War Banner.
begins a bonus to the saving throw equal to your charisma modifier. Yes, plus the war banner. So, what is your charisma
That's what I
modifier
was-
currently?
My charisma modifier is +3 and +4. No, plus a D4. Sorry, 3.
Okay, so that's a 9, Kelio. You still fail.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
Let me roll
Okay.
my.
No chance I could get advantage on this, could I?
You do not get advantage on this. So,
Is this a fear-based effect?
yes.
I have advantage.
Okay, so that's actually a 16, Kelio. And then Lash, roll your war banner.
Where are you getting advantage from?
Brave.
Right.
So that's a 12 for you, Lash. So you
I
both
thought it was-
pass. Lash, this is an effect that you're very familiar with. When you pass underneath the sky, when you're no longer like out in the open, when you enter the caves, you feel this chill run up your spine. Kelio, you notice it, but you don't know what it is. It just makes you uneasy. Lash, you know, like, oh, we are definitely somewhere that an Underdark tunnel is open. That's the pull of the Underdark.
Yeah, Lash will like make a sharp inhale noise through her nose. Definitely the Underdark.
So there's one open now.
Absolutely.
We don't have the ordnance to blow it right now.
We can find it though, and we can try our damnedest to do something. She kind of gestures her war pick.
Kilio nods.
Can
I don't
in the
have.
dark.
I can. I can see. Luckily, I'm used to fighting close quarters with other things.
Something like skitters at the edge of your vision, Kelio. Lash, you don't see it.
Here, I snap over to where it was.
So you see Kelio
A bow drawn.
Like yeah. So Lash, you know, like even with Brave, Kelio is being affected by the Underdark.
Easy, Wolfwalker.
Something moved.
No, it didn't.
No, it's an effect of the dark. It'll make you think something is around us. It'll make you think we're in danger. We aren't. Not yet, at least.
Kelio, like, you're used to fighting close quarters, that's true, under the open sky. Like, this is not natural.
Yeah,
this is a
this
hole in
is.
the earth that was made by people. This is, like, anathema to you.
Yeah.
If it'll make you feel better, we'll do the trainee levels. We won't go down deep. We'll just go down enough to lose sight of the light.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, Kelio.
That sounds like an amazing idea, but
Lash, what is your passive perception?
16.
16. That's what I was hoping for. Are you guys, like, moving deeper in while you're having this conversation?
I would try to gently, well, not gently exactly, but try to get Kelio to go with her, but Lash is like, yeah, every now and then she'll take a step down into the pit more.
Okay.
Kilio will follow. Kilio's not.
So
Kilio's
down one of the tunnels, Lash, you see etched on a stone in, like, how do I put this? A substance that, like, doesn't glow but reflects your dark vision. It's like a special kind of chalk. You see the eye of the Dark Driver.
Blinks, we've been down here. And she'll walk over to it.
You walk over to it, and as you get close, there's an orc, like, leaning against the wall. It's Roth.
Roth?
War Chief.
Hey, how did you... Wait, where did you...
How did you get down here? Underdark, I assume?
Like, snorts. Shakes his head. Deep shade.
Fair enough.
Motherfucking deep shade.
That's Dreg and Maug. And on either side of you, in the dark, two more orcs like just are standing there.
Lash will nod, salute a bit.
Keelio, like these orcs came out of fucking nowhere. Like
Yeah, like,
they
what
stepped
the
out of the
fuck?
shadows.
Like, do they come from like in front of us?
No,
Or is it?
they came from your left and Lash's right.
I think instinctively, Killia like puts her back to Lash, sort of, as best a halfling can.
Yeah, right.
Lash is kind of not tense. She can pretty much well assume they are not here to start shit with her.
They called you War Chief.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Do you speak Orcish?
I do.
Yeah. So Roth, he says, "Scared, little one."
I'm trying to think of how Killia would word this.
I tell you exactly how Killy would word this. Never with a shaking voice.
Yeah, I dig that. Never.
You're in
That's
our
enough.
world now.
It'd be terrifying. Like that term is almost always used in situations that is not very scary. This, you know what? Yeah.
I travel. I have no problem learning about another world.
Down here.
We were going to take care of the entrances to the Underdark.
Just the two of you?
No. So, we've done it with less. We're waiting for supplies to do that. I'm just taking a look. There's definitely doors here, though.
They're not here yet.
No. Regardless.
Like, and he just like stands up off the wall and starts walking down an adjacent tunnel.
Follow.
Okay.
Kilia's not gonna leave her side.
Bolg and Mog follow behind the two of you, but you can't hear their footsteps, Gilio.
Jesus.
Wow, it's like this is their life's profession and have developed skills that will be required to
You're not
survive in a
muted,
literal
Gamzee.
hellscape. Yes, I know.
Okay.
This isn't me making a joke. This is me going, yeah, no, that makes sense. I still don't like it though.
It doesn't take long, Kilio, before the narrow mud cave that you're in opens up into a walkway in a large cavern backlit with silver and blue. It's like one of those gigantic caverns in South America that you see on National Geographic, right?
Yeah. It's big cavernous. Is there stalagmites or something?
Oh yeah,
here?
no,
Or-
it's a huge cavern. There's a down. There's not much of an up, but there's a down, and there's these crisscrossing roadways, and in the distance you can see fluorescent, or not phosphorescent. What I meant to say, various plants. But something in your core tells you you're not in Kansas anymore. There's something about the quality of the air and the ambient temperature. You have gone somewhere else.
She breezes a moment. Are we there-ish?
Technically.
Nods. This is
And
technically
Ruff
lead.
crouches down. He does that ankle squat thing, and he points laterally out over the big cavern.
Kilia follows his point.
Probably it. You realize, Kilio, when you start to adjust to the light and look around, you're standing on what is effectively a mountain top, and there's a massive plain in front of you, and 10 miles out you see fire.
I think Kilio crouches as well, just kind of mimicking what they're doing. I see. Can I see if there's any figures moving about it, or is it?
I mean, it's too far away. You just see fire.
Gotcha. You did say 10 miles out.
Lash clenches her fists. This is relatively high up for bleed. That's concerning. We'll have it handled.
We'll help.
Comforting.
I would say last broken eyebrow, but she's still wearing her helmet, so...
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if something in her body language gives it off, or if she kind of, like, takes the helmet down, like, back to its hairpiece and is like... Oh, really?
We're unbroken, same as you.
Salutes. Greatly appreciated by the High House of Dark Driver.
The way I figure it, we're in a position to negotiate.
What do you
in
mean
particular?
negotiate?
We'll help. But cocks his head towards the approaching fire. We get
I'm sorry,
first
did you
pick.
say... I'm sorry, did you say approaching?
Yeah. The fire's, like, coming closer.
How quickly?
Not quickly. They're 10 miles out.
Ah.
We get first pick.
What do you mean, first pick?
War Chief knows what I mean.
Looks the lash.
And they basically, out of character, they basically mean first pick of whatever we take off of those people we fucking annihilate.
Or, like, personnel, items, loot, yeah.
They want first take of loot.
And prisoners.
They want first take of loot and prisoners, which, fine by me.
We're taking prisoners.
We aren't, they are.
We've got a bigger problem.
What's the bigger problem? As if that points upward can't get any worse.
Turn around.
Turns around.
You turn around and you look at the tunnel that you just came out of. Speared above it with, like, a dagger through the center of its, like, form. So it's, like, stapled to the top of this, like, cave entrance. There's a brain with legs.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, and you said speared, so it's...
It's dead.
kaput.
Yeah, it's dead.
Does Lash know what those are?
Yes!
Oh
Does
no!
That is
Kilio
an
know what those
intellect
are?
devourer. That is the hunting hound of a mind flayer.
Does Kilio know what that is?
Yes. An aberration.
Mind Flayer.
We haven't
Monsters.
found him yet,
Noted.
but
Something to keep an eye out for and something to be eradicated as soon as possible.
more to
Do
the
you think they'll come-
point, humans through there, Grumsh's coming, Squiddy's gonna slip in the chaos.
I was about to say the same thing, they'll use the chaos to their advantage.
Odds.
Eyes up.
Nods. Looks upwards.
No, just like in general, just like
Yeah,
be cautious.
Gotcha.
So we prepare.
Eyes up, boots down feels like such an orcish phrase.
How many entrances are open right now? Just this one?
Unlikely if they were planning a raid.
Just one.
Really? Then again, the sheer size of this.
We have fire sand, and
There's something weird. Weirder than
What's
that.
weird?
That
Quirk.
like gestures at the intellect devourer. That we understand. We can hunt. We've got time. Do you mind a detour, War Chief?
Looks at Kelio.
I said I'd learn.
Nods. Lead the way.
So he's been speaking Orcish the whole time, but he
Yeah.
says like, "Oh, you lot in front, torches!" And yeah, Bog and Mog like come forward, lighting up torches that glow like white.
I think
And they
Kilio
start
look-
moving real quick over these walkways.
Oh god. Okay, Kilio's gonna try and keep up.
How long do you follow them for? Because they're like, it's very obvious. Like, we need to show you this and get back. Like,
As fast as Lash can for until stop.
so yeah, like you guys are running through the Underdark in like 15 minutes. Kilio, you are 100% lost. 100% you cannot find your way back.
Oh boy. Okay.
And eventually you come to a spot in the ceiling.
I would like to say for clarity, Kilio's movement speed is 30, so she can keep up with these.
That's
people.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
You come to a spot in like a cavern, and from the ceiling to the floor in this cavern, there is, excuse me, what I can only describe as a force field. It's an energy field coming down like through the entire like passage. It's white, and the temperature in here is about 20 degrees cooler than it was a minute ago.
It's pretty damn cold because we're underground.
Actually, no, the Underdark is not cold.
Underdark
Really?
is moderate at best. What? In the
Force
name of
field.
discipline.
Ruff like pulls out a dagger and throws it at the force field, and it just bounces off the ceiling and lands like blade down at his feet.
What in the name of discipline?
So
What would
you
I
could
have to-
tell us.
What would I have to roll, even if it's at disadvantage for Lash to try and figure this thing out?
Religion
The thing I don't have. Anyways.
with disadvantage.
Could Kilio make an attempt at it? I don't.
I mean, yeah.
No. I don't know any reason. Like.
No idea, Lash. It's magic, but no
Yeah.
kidding. It's magic, but it's that's what you got.
No idea. I want to try and cast Sacred Flame at it just out of curiosity.
Cool, go ahead.
That is a... I'm pretty sure it's a save. Yeah, it's a dexterity saving throw or take d8 radiant damage.
Okay, cool. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, no, that's fair. And the War Banner?
Yeah, it applies.
I still don't get why it applies to everything else with except for, like, what I need it to.
What do you mean?
It doesn't apply to saves. When I roll the War Banner, it doesn't apply to my saves.
Yes, it does.
Like, no.
Ability checks, skill, like attack rolls, ability
No,
checks,
like-
and saving throws.
When I roll it, it does not roll with
Oh. So 13. What's your spell save DC?
it. My
Actually,
spell save-
actually, ignore that. Don't answer that. I don't need it. What I need is your spell save DC.
He is 14, so...
No, I don't need yours. Cool.
Alright.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So you very much failed. So you take 1 point of radiant damage and 6 points of cold damage as your Sacred Flame hits it, turns blue, fires back, and hits you in the chest.
Like, kind of like flinches a bit.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Interesting, though.
It turned blue.
It indeed did.
I'm
And
not
it-
tempted to throw my dagger at it.
Do not throw that thing at it.
I wasn't planning on it.
Whatever this is, it can bounce anything. It looks like it can bounce just about anything back at it.
I teleport to where my dagger hits. It would fry me.
Absolutely. Or freeze you. Felt like cold rather than the radiant.
What do we tell our war chief?
I'm trying to think of like what you say in this situation because it's a magic phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think orcs tend to use the word phenomenon unless your name was Maug.
I mean, you can say it's magic.
It's magic. Unusual magic.
There's no way the Frost Maiden's influence is down here.
The what?
We have reason to believe that the reason it's been dark up there for so long is because the Frost Maiden is making a return.
So, we're gonna see more of this.
I can't tell if it's something relating to the Frost Maiden, but it might be for all I know.
We do have someone else who has information on other planes.
Nods. It's a matter of getting back here.
I mean, they might just know about it if it's something they've seen.
We shouldn't stay here.
Nods. Let's get moving.
I couldn't wait for you to say that. Let's go.
So, yeah, so you guys turn to go back into the cave. Or go out of the cave, rather. Go back into the open area and get back to where you were. And there's this, like, cracking sound. And then this shark head launches out from underneath the ground towards all of you. And that's going to be the last shot of the episode.
Oh, fuck.
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 We did it, boys!
Welcome to the Underdark. Oh, heckin'.
Heckin'. Oh, no.
Yay!
Into the abyss, anyone?
Yeah, right? So, Nightfall, give us a shout out, please.
Hello, I am Nightfall the Kitsune. Holy fuck. Oh, we might die. No, who am I kidding? We're the champions of the North. We're gonna fucking rock this Shark Things world. It'll be alright.
Dark Driver's job is to make the Underdark its bitch, and I will not pick that up this early.
That's what I got.
Alright. Did you have fun tonight?
I did. Holy fuck.
Journeyman Vader, give us a shout out, please.
Hi everyone, I am the Journeyman Vader. I'm a moderator on Kit's Discord and Twitch, and a streamer on Twitch myself. You can find me over on Kit's Discord, on Twitch at twitch.tv/JourneymanVader, or on Twitter at VaderSigas.
Whew. Cookie.
Hey, what up? I'm Cookie, also known as the Extinct Bacon on just about every other platform. I love a lot of things D&D and tabletop, and if you do too, my DMs are always open. Otherwise, you'll find me lurking in stream or in the shrine.
Did you enjoy yourself tonight, Cook?
I had a good time.
Good. Halfling!
Hey, I'm Brichmila, aka Gracie. I do art and things, I play tabletops, I'm addicted to Minecraft. If you like any of those things, give me a poke.
Did you enjoy yourself tonight, Halfling?
Yes.
Good. Guy Gamzelis, the hero bard, give us a shout out, please!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Guy Gamzelis, the hero bard, the teller of tales that need be told. And, unfortunately, still no tales to tell, but I'll keep an eye out. Until next I'm needed, have a fantastic rest. I'm all kinds of frazzled. Until next I'm needed, you can always find me on the Discord
Go ahead.
Find me on the Discord, in DMs, or on Twitter at the Homestuck Homie. Until next we meet, have a fantastic rest of your night.
Sibs143, finish us out, please.
Hi there, my name is Sibs143. I am in no particular order a moderator, an artist, and a stagehand for Kit's Discord and Twitch. But to everyone else here, I am a friend and a Technicolor disaster. You can find me lurking in the Masquerade or in Twitch chat, but if you ever need to talk to me more privately, my DMs are open. Tonight happened, and I'll also be here on Wednesdays hosting the June Odeon.
For my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the Masked Bard. This is a channel that is devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's to your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoyed your time with us. I normally stream every single day that my health permits me to do so, but currently my house is being renovated so that it doesn't collapse, and also so that it increases its longevity. I will be back as soon as I can and let you guys know something when I know something. But tomorrow's my traditional day off anyway, and here's hoping that the holiday, good job, Kit, the weekend goes well. We'll see what happens. But for now, I need to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself and my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to all of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers, whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time as we venture back and heed the call of the voices of the mountain, with a new chapter. Thank you guys so much for being here and hope to see you again very soon.